it's a lifelong process. You know, when you talk about careers, even when you ask some young toddlers, what do you want you to be when you grow up? There's only all manner of things, right? In their own imagination. But as time has progressed, you find that this has been defined, where in the school curriculum, usually in high school, in primary schools, there are career coaches or people in charge of career offices, just to define and shape the traction of career for various words. So in this university, we have an office of career services, where we try to shape the career of our students, because mentorship is one of our core business, to mentor our students, to make sure that they are well guided. And sometimes you can find that there are some students, even when they come to university, they might not be very clear on their career path, right? What is this actually science? What do I do with it, you know? I have heard from a career coach about this. I was the last student who told me that I was told that a career can only make it when I become a teacher, you know, at university level. So what they do at other levels is they are all teaching. So there is a lot of refinement to be done, especially now with the new curriculum, the CBC, and the various streams of CBC. So this will become more of an occurrence in this university where you have career days, where you can invite others so that we can benefit from the various experts, including our own, you know. So I'm sure that the speakers who have invited today will do justice, led by Honorable Nyango and other professionals, Dr. Sasa, Dr. Wahungu, Chari, Dr. Choke, Elizabeth, V, all of them. And the interaction will really be a tool and also clarify some of the issues, question and answer, you know, and they welcome all our guests so that we can share with our students who are tuning in. My duty this morning is to invite our BBC academics and research, very important office where the careers are shaped. That is Professor Rachel Wisani, to come and share with us our remarks and also officially open these day where we have career, future career skill. So welcome, Prof, so that we can take your remarks. Thank you very much.
All of us also start, our students and our guests. Good morning. Morning again. God is good. And all the time. Good. It's an opportunity to sit together and talk about careers. And basically, it is not something that we want to give a lecture on. We are not lecturing anybody about this career day. It's something the university takes very seriously, being a, career. You know, the business of CUEA, and is teaching, preparing students for the market. Therefore, it is natural that we will care that the students are very clear about the careers that will come along with the kind of training we are giving them. So this career day, I'm told the theme is careers and the future of work. And indeed, when you scan the market today, you will realize that there are paradigm shifts. What do I mean by the paradigm shift? The way education is carried on today is not the way it was done during our time. But we have more universities now, we have more technology now. Even the cities, what do you call it? What was that Magoa? The what? this morning, it will be important for us to listen to one another and, get a sense of what we mean when we talk about career day, what it means to start talking about the theme that we have today, which is careers and the future of the work. Meaning that the paradigm you see in the education sector today will definitely also, shift the parameters of the different careers that people have taken before. Now, if I take you to our days, back in our days, we used to have a nurse for us women. A nurse was a career everybody wanted to. We had teachers. The people who surrounded us. Teachers. But I can give you an example, a living example, where my father once asked me, now, you are doing well in school. What do you want to do in the future? And that is a question I think that comes to every child. Say, hey, parents struggle with making sure that their children understand, what they are training towards. So I looked around because my father was, next to God. When I was growing up, my father went a lot. I don't know why my mother was here, but my father was the people of God to me. He talked and he made the world for me. So it was very, very important in my life. So one day he came home and asked me, what are you planning to do when you finish school? And I looked around and I didn't have an immediate answer. I didn't want to be a nurse. I didn't want to be a teacher. I looked around and I'm like, there must be something I don't do. Remember, I'm talking about a period when I was in primary school. Then I didn't take my dad anything. Later, when I scanned the market in my small head, I scanned the market and I came and told my father, Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a chief. The chief is the local environment. And my father looked at me and said, have you ever seen a chief who is a woman? Then I looked at her again. I couldn't answer that one immediately because I hadn't seen one for sure. But you see, my thinking wasn't the local scenario. My thinking was I want to manage something. I don't want to teach. I want to manage something. That was actually what my small child brain was saying. I didn't want to be a nurse. Okay. It's not that nurses are very important. But for me, I think I used to look at that career and think I would die from grief. You nurse someone, they die, they are dead. You nurse someone, they recover, they go away. You nurse another one, they die, and I wouldn't deal with that job like that. So I was so sure as a child that I couldn't be a nurse. A doctor was not something that was telling me and my parameters. It was too big, it was too far. So why am I giving you this live example of my own self? It's because I want us to think outside the box. Life has changed for students. The environment has changed. We have much more than we had during our time, and therefore you can afford to come up with a very clear career path that you want to take. The job market is very clear out there. If you went into the internet, you will see a lot of career paths that one can get as a student, and what towards it, because you can't also create a career after the fact, after the education. It's important to start thinking about it so that you are training towards it. Okay, if we step back here in CUEA where we are, we have lots of courses that we teach. We have different faculties who teach different things, therefore forming the careers that we need. But if you go to a faculty and start, let's say, like counseling psychology, I see Dr. Kaseki. If you went into that and wanted to be something else after, if, for example, you went to science and did computer engineering or computer science and wanted to do something else, It is possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I've seen engineers turning into business administration. I've seen doctors turning into business administration, and so forth. So there are job responsibilities that come with the actual training right from the beginning, right from the schools, the university level where you are now as students. We will need to talk about the career, the work environments you see in the world today. Right now, you can scan the CUEA environment and find out what you see. Because this is a very, among the universities I've been, I think this is one of the best universities I've seen. We look very simple, but the dynamics that go into our training, our teaching, our lecturers, our programs, our accredited programs, it is quite big. The depth of where is deep. That's what I can say. And also, what helps CUEA as you continue your training in CUEA is also our Catholic identity. It's one thing that we are very proud of. The fact that we are church-based. We think about God a lot in our doings. We think about is in the smaller stuff. Everything we do, we think about what God's role is in those activities that we are doing. So as you continue looking at your career, you are training now, and start looking at your career path, it is important to remember that you are also in a very good university which will form you differently. We consecrate, as we say, we consecrate everything to the truth. And we try. Even when we have a negative, what's the negative? We clean it in the front. At the front here. Kama kuna kitu baya hapa, we clean, we pray, we go around. We are not hypocritical in any sense. The skills required today are the same skills that were required many years ago. But now, you cannot, do one thing per se. If you are training to be a teacher, for example, it is very important for you to continue also checking what technology can make that career easier for you. Because in other words, you can build parallel careers. As you train in your core, you also have an area where you will say, if I did my IT courses while I'm in school, the technology will be easier. When I go to teach the students out there, it will be easier for me to teach them. So there are a number of other issues that we need to talk about. I'm not the expert. I'm sure the experts are here. They are going to talk about it and give you the proper advice that you require. But it's important to remember the possible career progressions I've said that you will need as you train in your area. You need to know, and that is something that CUEA will give you anyway, as long as you are here for 3-4 years. You will think about the values, the values of a human being. And they are the same. I really don't believe that honesty is one of our core values. Doesn't everybody want to be honest? Yes. Everybody in the world, regardless of which career you are in, you want to be honest. You want to know that you have a connection with your God. Prayer is important to everybody. That is our core value, but it is a core value that is for everybody. So as much as we continue looking at what we are doing, it's important for us to remember that the values that we carry around, the values that we inculcate amongst ourselves as students and within the process of being trained are very, very important. Now, the education pathway, we have talked about it. As you are right now, please continue looking for other areas you can complement your own training with. That way, you are ahead of yourself, and you are ahead of, because the world is continually changing. A lot of things have changed. If I tell you where we went to school, some of us were barefoot, some of us were running around to do 20 jobs. You go get the cows, you go get the water from the river, you go put water in the tea. because you are making seedlings to plant tea. You know, that is how your day started. So I don't know whether I had a career in all those, but if you throw me back in the village, I will live. I will survive, I will live a proper life, I will practice that tea, because I learned how to practice. In other words, be all rounded. It's very, very important. I know that with the advent of the new systems that have come, the computer and others, our children, the TV, you know, there is so much that steals our quality time, social media and so forth. You find that you are not, you know, grounding yourself in things that can assist, can help you move forward with a proper career path, which is also supported technologically. Those are some of the issues that you need to think about as a student, and those of us here who teach, please think about these things and advise our students accordingly. Now, I am overstepping because for me, I wasn't talking about a career. There are experts here who will talk about it. My responsibility here this morning is to open this career day. To open it officially so that you have a ground from where you can discuss all of these very, very interesting future careers, the workplace, the environment of the work. You will talk about the responsibilities that go into every career path and so forth. So I'll stop here and say, you are all welcome, our guests, our students. Thank you for coming in large numbers. It's good to see you. Listen intently to what you are being told. Follow the footsteps of this wisdom that you are going to get this morning, and carry it forward. I would like to single out Sister Rose for managing to keep this train going. Thank you for the work you are doing. I would like to single out our Dean of Students. Our Dean of Students for the work, the guidance he gives the students. We call him the father of all our students. So please listen to what they say and move forward to see the technical aspects of the career progression, career growth, and so forth. I therefore, with this breath, pronounce that this career day is officially open. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Makofi tafadhali. Tena makofi nyingine. Tupige makofi hadi akae chini. Piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi, piga makofi. Asante sana. Madam Davis, thank you so much for that insightful comments and officially opening this for us to engage. But before we proceed, let me ask you a question. One question. Who is this career day about? Hii kitu ni about nani? Inahusu nani? Inahusu hawa ama nyinyi? Inahusu hawa? Sisi. Na mnakaa mbali. Inawahusu na mnakaa mbali. Tafadhali kama kuna kiti kwa vacant mbele yako, songa tu tumalizane maneno. Please, if there is a vacant seat in front of you, just occupy that seat and let's proceed. Occupy that seat. Tafadhali nyinyi wenye mko hapa, mkuje mkae kwa hizi viti. You are the guests. Ni nyinyi wenye hii ibada. Let's move. Tafadhali, occupy the seat that is in front of you. As you do that, tufanye hivyo. My brother, mchukue hizi viti ziko hapa mbele. Occupy the seat that is in front of you. So as you do that, allow me just say that I will schedule to MC this, but unfortunately I stepped in a bit late. But you know, as usual, people from the lakeside, we don't come late. We just extend our arrival time. so I had to extend my arrival time by 30 minutes. Apologies for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's about career. And I've been tasked by the president of this institution through the office of the dean to conduct this. But before we proceed, it's about us, the students. Let me just ask a simple question. What's your level of expectation today from where you are seated? What's your level of expectation? Are you expecting something? My brother, are you expecting something from this? You have expectation? What's your level? High, katikati ama chini? High. Wangapi wanasema iko high? If your expectations are very high, nione mkono. Wangapi wajui? So, fellow comrades, allow me to say that your level of expectation is directly proportional to the level, or is directly proportional to the level of success or impact you are going to achieve out of this. So if you have low expectation, trust me, you're going home empty. Yes. If your expectations are very low, you are going home empty. But if you have high expectations, that means you'll concentrate and you'll take something home. So I'll advise that we put our expectations very high as we proceed, so that at least at the end of the day, when the lawyer talks, when the businessman talks, when the celebrity talks, you know something. Itakuwa sawa hiyo. At this juncture, allow me introduce or bring on board the entertainment. We have entertainment segment. If they are ready wherever they are, the entertainment, tafadhali mkuje, mjipange mkuje. I think there's a communication from the other side. Hello? 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 Why are you so silent? Mbona tumetulia hivi sana? Mbona tumeboeka? Tuko njaa? Tuko njaa? Tunainama? Congress tunainama? Wangapi wameinama leo? Kama uliinama ndio mkono juu. Hamutaki kitu bwana. Mmoja viongozi kama uliinama mbao mkono juu, dini aone after hii akupee. Kama uliinama mbao mkono juu. Wanadina watoto wako na pesa sana. Hawainami. Mmesema mwezi inama nini? Amwezi inama? Ama hii ni shule ya gifted? Bwana Dini, hii shule ni ya gifted? Hasa kuinama hiyo hivyo. So having consulted with the president, actually, Your Excellency, thank you so much for that consultation. I really appreciate it. And allow me to say that you look smart. You know, as I keep discovering, I've come to understand that people do not care about you. People care about themselves. But one thing you must take in account, there is no second chance for first impression. My people, do I look smart? Do I look smart? Do I look nakachonjo? There is no second chance for first impression. Mr. Dean, do I look smart? Sasa sinipee kazi nifunza vijana. Allow me bring on board Mheshimiwa Michael Onyango. This is the founder of 4 p.m. That is 4 p.m. The 4 golden bottom millions. 4 billion. Tumpigieni makofi alikuja tafadhali. Tumpigieni makofi alikuja. Tupige makofi hadi afike. Piga tu makofi jamani. Piga makofi hadi afike. Asante sana. Karibu.
Good morning, Catholic University.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Catholic University.
Good morning.
Great to be here. And I want to thank, first of all, the administration for this honor to be able to address you all. Sister Rose has stepped out, but her gracious colleague also seated there. I met them last year at University of Nairobi to a different function. So I'm just going to ask that anybody who is sitting 5 rows and up, please stand up and come forward. So if you're sitting 5 rows and up, please all just move down so that we can start, so we can all move together. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. So we can interact a bit better. And then the rest of you can join us from the back. So, Mr. President, if people do listen. Yes. Could I ask sisters at the back, could you please come forward? The sisters on that side, thank you very much. There's still some more space down here, please come forward. You know, if you don't come to me, I'll come to you, so decide which it's going to be. Okay, it looks like I have to come to you. Let me come down to you. So, you know, I really want this to be, I want to get to see your eyes. I want to ensure that what I came to do here is actually done. That's why I've come down to you. Now, I'm still going to ask that kindly, sorry, if you don't mind, could everybody from here just come down, please? Okay? Please come down so we can communicate together. Thank you very much. All of you, let's please move down. Thank you. Can you all move down? Thank you very much. I would like us to have a really good, intimate discussion here so that when we're leaving, what you came to do is actually got. So thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you. There's a lot of space down there. There you go. Please come. Thank you. There's still more space on that side. Those on that side, can you please move down? Let me come and stand so nobody should be behind me here. Everybody please move down. Everybody down, thank you. Can we all go down? Nobody should be behind me. There's enough space for all of us down. Please, thank you. The rest of you, good morning, welcome, come in please. Lots of space down, right to the front. Right to the front, just go straight down. Gentlemen in the red, thank you, man in the black. That's fine. Sure, please, no, nobody behind me here. Everybody's going down, so everybody here, please move down. Right to the front. Right to the front. Good. So my name is Michael Onyango Lotonyango Tieno. I don't know where that one came from, and who was trying to rebaptize me and give me some new names. I think I have enough, and I'm quite happy with that. So, I am very privileged. I'm one of the few people in life who's very privileged to have actually found their calling. And I'm lucky that I work with the Forgotten Bottom Millions. So just a bit of background as to who we are and what we do. So we are the largest and the most trusted social media platform in the whole of Kenya. That is who we are. We have 40,000 members. Every week we reach over 500,000 people. Primarily we work over WhatsApp. And we ensure we're actually in all 47 counties. I shall say 47 plus one being the diaspora also. And what we do is that we ensure that people get access to opportunities. So these opportunities are in the form of jobs. This is both local, global, and remote jobs. People also get access to fully funded scholarship opportunities. This is, whether it's bachelor's, master's, or PhD. People also get access to training opportunities, to fellowships, to grants, to internships. And to date, we have possibly distributed about 200,000 opportunities. We started back 6 years ago, but only been formally registered for 2 years. And I'm extremely glad and happy to be here because I'm speaking about a WhatsApp group, I'm speaking about social media, which is something which a lot of you use a lot and are very passionate about. Now, one of the things that I want to tell you is a lot of the tools and a lot of the things that we are and that we do. So I'll just ask you to have the slides to the next slide. If you just can please move one slide forward. So a lot of the things that we do with our phones are actually not driven by us. They're driven by the creators of those technologies. And I want to flip that around. I want you to understand who you are first of all, and why you have to understand the tools and the things that are around you. So whether you are on WhatsApp, whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on LinkedIn, whether on Instagram, it is the creators of those instruments who use it for themselves. Now, I want to tell you people, and hopefully, by the time you leave here, I want you to learn that what is it that you must know about these tools, and how is it that you can use them for your own personal and selfish advantage, away from what the creators create them to do. So let me talk a little bit about TikTok. How many of you are here on TikTok? By show of hands. How many on TikTok? Great. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with being on these things, but let me tell you about TikTok and how it works, which you may not know. So TikTok was created by the Chinese. Did you know that? You guys know it's by China? But it was created after Facebook. And China created TikTok for one sole purpose: to be able to collect information about you, to be able to control you, and to drive their agenda on you. But their purpose for TikTok was actually created to target the US market, which they've done extremely well. So they created TikTok as a spy tool for them and to create the next generation of Americans who are coming up to dominate them. And they've done it extremely well. Facebook, again, which is an American creation, was created by the Americans for the same purpose: to control the world. So these are the things which you may not see and you may not know, which you have to understand. TikTok has become such a huge threat to the US until right now, in Congress, they want to ban TikTok. Our good friend, quote unquote, DT, better known as Donald Trump, in all his madness, when he wanted to ban TikTok, he knew what he was saying. That's one of the things that he got right. And he knew that TikTok was created to basically collect information from the Americans so the Chinese could be ahead of them. But let us also be fair. The Americans have always been doing the same things. So it's just that China now is doing to them what they've done to the rest of the world. So what TikTok does is TikTok ensures that it will keep feeding you with what you consume and what you want. For example, if any of you have ever gone on TikTok and looked, let's just say like you want to learn how to bake a cake, it'll keep giving you more videos of how to bake a cake, isn't it? And they keep coming up and they keep coming up. But the dark side of it is this. If you, for any instance, Google on TikTok, like about suicide, it'll keep giving you more and more things about suicide and about suicide, until you will become comfortable with the thoughts. And it will show you other people who will also make you feel as if you're in a community and what you're doing is right. So this is why I'm saying that you have to be careful how you use your social media tools that you have. So I think it was important that I lay that context first so that you understand about social media tools before I will come into the local context in Kenya and tell you what we have done using the very same social media tools but to our advantage and to us as Kenyans in this country. So, a little bit about who you are, because I think it's important that you know this. Every single one of you in this room, and no offense to anybody who's not from this country called Kenya, because I know Catholic University has a lot of people also from other countries, and it says no offense to you. But, you know, if you're a Kenyan, let me tell you, truly pat yourself on the back. And I'm going to give you the reasons why you need to pat yourself on the back. And I want to give you the reasons why, if you're sitting in this room, how you cannot be thinking at some small little level. So, as I stand here this morning, anywhere across the world, any country, be it Sao Paulo, be it Tokyo, be it Tallinn in Estonia, be it, in Australia, Melbourne, if there is an international convention or conference that is taking place, I kid you not, there is a Kenyan present and addressing that convention. This is the country with the smartest and the best human capital and resource in the whole of Africa. It is audacious for me to make such a claim without qualifying my statements. I'm going to qualify it. So, it is, interesting. Are IBM still here on your campus? Yes. So, the IBM campus that's here, there's only 4 such campuses across the world, and only one in Africa, which is here. That's just one. Hold on, I'm going to continue. Standard Chartered. You know Standard Chartered? Standard Chartered a couple of years ago moved its African headquarters to London to Kenya. Okay? The only UN fully represented organization that is housed in the global south is UNEP, which is headquartered here. Microsoft has just about 3 years ago launched its AEC, which basically looks at artificial intelligence in Africa and is headquartered here. Now there's one common thread about all these institutions I'm mentioning. And before I go there, let me turn to the side of it. So, if you wanted to set up a gold factory or a gold smelting factory, and I gave you 3 countries, and I said, You have an option of setting it up in South Africa, you have an option of setting it up in Kenya, and you have an option of setting it up in Uganda. Which country would you choose for a gold smelting company? Which country would you choose? Sorry? South Africa. Why would you choose South Africa?
Resources.
Sorry? It's okay, just speak now. Because? Why would you choose South Africa? It has gold, isn't it? It makes economic sense, isn't it? The same thing. When IBM, when Standard Chartered, when all these companies, the main ingredient, the main resource, the main raw material that drives their businesses is human capital. And the best human capital across the continent is in Kenya. That's why they're here. And that's who you are sitting in this room. So never take for granted what is here. A lot of criticism has always been there about the education system. But I kid you not, our education system, with all the hang-ups that we may talk about it, has actually produced and ensured that we have resourced a lot of the global corporations, not just locally, but also internationally. Tesla, you guys know Tesla? Okay? You know Tesla? Tesla for a very long time, the head of engineering, all the electric cars and everything, was a Kenyan. But he left Tesla 2 years ago to form his own entity, his own company. So, what I'm trying to tell every single one of you here in this room is you're thinking what you want to be, where you want to go, cannot be informed by the villages you come from, cannot be informed by the things that you see, but you must be visionary in terms of where you want to go and how it is that you want to do your things. But you'll say, not you, but us guys are just here in university. And what resources do we have? So by show of hands, how many of you here are on LinkedIn? Please put your hand up. How many of you are on LinkedIn? Great, so that's only about, okay, so it's about, from the show of hands, it's probably about 35% of you. How many of you are on WhatsApp? Okay, not bad. So you have to be on LinkedIn. Next slide, please. So the names that are up there, do any of you recognize them? Do you recognize any of the names? No, you don't, exactly. But guess what? All of them are Googleable. So I like to use the term Googleable. That means that if you Google them, they will come up and you will see who they are and what they're doing. But why did I put them up there? I put them up there because they're just but some of the people who are within our WhatsApp community as 4BN. And now let me connect back to what 4BN does and how that connects to you. It is interesting, actually, one of the speakers who's here, who is Philip Pande, is also a member of 4BN, who will be speaking a bit later on. And we have a lot of members across 47 counties, but I just picked a few of them that you can see, and the reason why I picked each of them that are there. So the first one who's up there, whose name is Brabin, and is actually here with us. Brabin, could you please just stand up and wave to everybody? So that is Brabin. So Brabin that you see there, and Brabin, come here for a minute, please. Just come here. And Antonio, also come here. Both of you come here. So I want them here with me because the thing is that the things that I want to show you, I want you to know that these things are for real. So over our WhatsApp group, what we do as 4BN, we ensure that every single day we share opportunities, like I mentioned before, global jobs, local jobs, remote jobs, and all of them are fully verified and at no cost. Nobody pays a penny for any of the jobs that we share. And so I'm going to interview them a bit so that you can understand a little bit about what our WhatsApp community has done and is doing. So Brandon, just tell us, what primary school did you go to?
I went to Hamisi Primary School. It's in Vihiga County.
Does anybody know that school here? Anybody? Nobody. Antonio, which primary school did you go to?
I went to Busiloli Primary School.
At what?
Busiloli Primary School.
Have you guys ever heard of it? No. Okay. Now, there's this lie in this country that unless you know somebody, unless you have a godfather in some prime office somewhere, you can never be anybody in your life. And I say it's a lie because it is a big lie. It's the biggest lie that we've used for so many years, and it's a big lie that keeps you comfortable in doing nothing. And therefore, you can just sit back and say, you know me, my parents are nobody, and I know nobody, so I cannot get anything. So let's go back to them again. So I'm going to start off with Brandon. Brandon, what are your work hours?
I work between 2 a.m. To around, between 5 p.m. to around 3 a.m. In the night.
Okay, Brandon, the company that you work for, where is it based?
It's based in, there are two companies, one in North Carolina and another one in Texas.
Brandon, how old are you?
I'm 29 years old, turning 29 in November.
So, Brandon, see that which godfather got you those jobs? Of course, it must have been a godfather, isn't it?
Yes, it's impossible. Yeah, maybe I don't know, my ancestors. Anyway, no one. It was basically through what I do, through the platform that we have. We do share remote jobs and what my learning activity I'll say here.
So, where did you find this job?
On 4 p.m. on every Friday, we do share remote jobs that are jobs that you can do remotely from Kenya. So if you apply, and maybe if I go way back, people might understand. I did a bachelor's degree in accounting, bachelor's BCom, but what I currently do is I'm a data analyst. So in between the time I graduated and when I got the job, I was like reskilling. There's Udemy, there's Coursera. So yes, so that's how I then transitioned. So
yes, I'm asking how you got the job, yes. But so you started off with Bachelor of Accounting, and then, well, why did you do accounting? How did you transition?
So a few years ago, I met Michael at an event. He was talking about the future of work. And and I'm sorry if anyone is taking BCom from here, it's all is well. But one of the courses or one of the careers that were declining was BCom. I was in my 4th year doing my Bachelor of Commerce Accounting. So they were saying in the next like 20 years from 2018, that was 2017, basically any job that can be automated would be there. So I got really worried and I started researching. I got into to know about AI, machine learning, data science, and at that time, it's when I went on YouTube, Coursera, Udemy, I started learning. Luckily from there, I found my first job at Naivas as a data analyst, and the rest has been what you're seeing right now.
So, thank you very much. Have a seat. Thank you very much. So, you've heard for yourself. So, he has basically self-learned and self-taught himself. So, now let's go to Antonio. So, Antonio, a little bit about what you studied.
I have a bachelor's degree in medical biochemistry.
Okay, great. And so, what do you currently do and where do you work?
Currently, I'm admin in operations for Alliance of Science, that is Global South Hub. I'm the one in charge of admin in Africa, Asia, and Latin America.
How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
Which secondary school did you go to?
Ebubai Secondary School.
So, people in this room, you know, don't be lazy and lie to yourself and teach yourself that you don't have a godfather and that's why you're not progressing in life. and then you can go home and now you can have a pity party for yourself and you're happy. Those are lies. Have you guys ever heard of any of those primary schools or secondary schools? Okay? So before Alliance for Science, where were you working and how did you get that job and what achievements do you have there?
After my graduation, I was an intern at Kenya Medical Research Institute for a year. When I left, I started looking for something to do. So I ended up being a medical sales representative at a small company which was paying me peanut to make me survive in Nairobi. So after that, working hard in that company, I got poached by a second company, which gave me a better salary and gave me better terms. But I go to that company, I didn't rest. I worked hard and also initiated a program at that company. It was called peer-to-peer training program. During my tenure in that company, 2 years, I turned out to be the best salesperson in Africa and Asia. And I won myself a 2 weeks trip in Europe and Asia.
So, before he goes, currently, how do you learn the skills that you have? Which university did you go to?
For my bachelor's, I went to CUEA University. But when I was working in the pharmaceutical industry, I was asked to diversify, not just to be a person who is focused on one thing. So from there, I started teaching myself on CUEA, studying project management. So I finished my diploma in project management, and now I'm doing my bachelor's in business administration at European Business University of Luxembourg.
And thank you, but hold on. So European Business University of Luxembourg, where did you get that information from? And how much is the course?
I got that information from 4BM, our 4BM platform, and actually it's free. I can equate it to being a free course, to being a scholarship, because what I only pay, it's a freemium, I call it a freemium, just a registration fee to make sure that you're committed to your studies. Very flexible studying programs. I only study 2 days a week, and I study the evening Central European time. So I only study from 9:45 to 11 at night.
Thank you, have a seat. I can only bring 2 people with us today, but I want you to Google every single person that's up there. Eunice Ananda works for Google, and she's in charge of a department across the whole of Africa. You never heard of her, as you all said. She's part of our network. Barbara Tarabon, she's an upcoming lawyer in this town. She's also been with us for more than 6 years since our inception. Proscovia Lango does work around agriculture, again also self-taught and self-learned. Oslo Dur, he's currently the regional director for the 1 Million Teachers Learners Program across East Africa, and he was actually asked by the organization to go and run their program because of the work that he's been doing with us at 4BM. So we work across, so we have a central, what I call a central clearinghouse, where we have all our admins who, from that place, share opportunities across the country. So in our central WhatsApp group, we probably have about 160 or so admins, and each of them, some have up to 40 groups like Austin does, and some have like a number, like 3 groups, and that's how people get to have access to all the various bits of information that we share across with us. So now let me come back to each of you in this room. What it is that you are, what it is that you will be, has got nothing, and I'll read this again, has got nothing to do with where you came from, as you've all just heard. You've seen people here who look exactly like you. They didn't go to Alliance. Did you hear Alliance High School? Did you hear Saraya? You've never heard of the schools, isn't it? And yet you can hear the things that they're doing. They're working across different regions. They're working remotely. Remote jobs is a fact, it's the truth, it is not a lie. It actually does work. It is actually there. But these are just some of the things that we do. But I want you to speak a little bit to each of you. So please turn to your left and turn to your right. Look at the person sitting to your left, the person sitting to your right. Look at them properly. Because I'm asking you to do that. Now, sadly, some of the people you look to on your left and your right are going to be the perpetrators of the biggest crimes in this country in the years to come. You must be truthful, let's not pretend. Because, unfortunately, you're greedy, you're lazy, and you want everything now. I call it the microwave generation. You want to take popcorn in the microwave and you want it in 3 minutes. You want to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't want it. So, but I can guarantee you, the person who's on your left or your right, who you looked at, who will be the biggest perpetrators of the crimes to come and to rob this nation and to rob us of our heritage, will also have a long life to see those things that have robbed us of become curses in their families, through their children and through their lives. You cannot steal from us and be happy. It will never happen. And I pronounce that on you. I have to say that. We cannot have a country where you young people, you want to be driving in a VX 1 year to leave university because you're cool and what has happened. And not because if you don't, what will happen? Who lied to you? Which lies that came to your heads? So after you drive a VX in 2 years after you graduate, 10 years from there, what will you be doing? You know how to steal and drive and fly airplanes, which don't belong to you also. But on the other hand, now again, look to the left and look to the right. Now, let me tell you, don't bother with us, you know, and don't run after us. Don't run after the guys who are currently in office. You know, you don't know who the CS is, you don't know who the PS is. Ignore them, they're not important. The most important people are the people sitting next to you. Because these are the people who are going to be occupying those positions. Treat everybody with respect. Because they will remember you. And let me tell you, if you're a thief now, they'll still remember you. And when they get into those offices, they'll know that that was a thief. Huh? When we go into the dining room, and you leave your sausage on the place, you come and you find that it has disappeared, you all knew what it was. People don't forget those things. You think it is funny now, but people remember that. You actually have conversations and say, I love that one. Do you remember what you used to do? It has never changed. And then your character doesn't change. It doesn't change. Next slide, please. Your character does not change. So truly, truly, truly invest in yourself. And as you've heard, there are enough courses out there. So if you're not on LinkedIn, I will tell you the first thing is go and be on LinkedIn. It's extremely important because that is where employers actually look for employees. So I want to beg you for your own good. Every day, every single day, spend at least half an hour on your LinkedIn profile. Spend time on your LinkedIn profile. You know, and if you're not Googleable, if I put in your name and it doesn't show up, there's a problem. And you know, if you have phones right now, put in my name, Michael Onyango. I show right up. So, anybody who is interested in joining our community, we've just shared some information with you, which is coming around the room right now, for you that will give you access to who we are and how you can get us and how you can get onto one of our WhatsApp groups. But the thing that I also want to close with is this. In your lives, from today going forward, I want you to take 100% responsibility for your future. And this is how I want you to do it. I'm going to say something that for some of you may shock you. So, I never, ever want you to blame anybody for what has happened or what's not happening in their life. So never ever, and this is to be very careful, never ever give anybody authority over your life. Whether it is your spouse, whether it is your parent, your mother or your father, nobody must tell you what you can or you can't do. You must own that decision for yourself. You must be the person who's firmly in control of that. Nobody should lie to you about where you can go and where you can't be in your life. That responsibility belongs to you. So, no matter how close your relationships are with your closest people, don't give them that over you. But I must say that I'm extremely fortunate and blessed that throughout my whole life, from the time I was a child to the time I am now, I've had the total support from the people closest to me. As I grew up, and I said, everybody has a different journey, so don't try and be me. Do your own journey. I was extremely fortunate that both my parents, irrespective of what it is that I said I wanted to do, were very supportive and encouraged me along the way. My father, thankfully, is still alive. He's 86 years old. And I kid you not, if I woke up today and I called him and I told him, you know what, Dad, I'm thinking that I've just decided that everything I've been doing in my life is wrong and I want to be an astronaut. You know what she'll tell me? Oh, that's excellent. Oh, especially about space. He'll continue to encourage me. But we cannot all have parents who are that way or will say that. Your spouse comes from a different environment, at a different place, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it's not an issue. But never ever let them tell you what you can do and what you cannot do. That must be a decision which you must own, which you must take forward, and you must live with for the rest of your life. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping that I'll be able to take you through the question and answers, but I have to leave at 11:30. Unfortunately, my team, we had actually estimated we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning, but we started a bit late. So also another tip to all of you in this room, if a function starts at 9, be there at 5 to 9. Because you do not know who's sitting in the room. You don't know who's watching. And that could be the next step to where you're going and to where your life begins. So the small little things that you take for granted, they do matter. In Japan, when the train says it's going to arrive at 9:07, they don't say 9 o'clock, it will be 9:07, and 9:07 on the dot, the train will be there and the doors will open. On the dot. Japan is the only country in the whole world that doesn't have any natural mineral resource, yet exports to the whole world all the cars and all the different things. My challenge to you people now in this room as I close is this. I am not looking for the next James Wangies in this room. That is too small a vision. If you want the next James Wangi, you're lost. I expect you to want to be and to rival and to do better than Elon Musk, to do better than Mark Zuckerberg. I expect you that the corporations or the companies that you may form must be global entities which will truly ensure that the human capacity, the human resource that I've told you is within you as Kenyans must be seen. I just came back last week from Zambia, and if anybody's from Zambia here, anyone from Zambia? Okay, fine, so I can say this. So I went to 2 separate shops, and I'm very observant whenever I travel. And you know how you do the shop and you buy glasses or cutlery or cups or whatever it is? They could not even, and I was just watching, I hadn't bought, but I was watching people who had bought things. They could not even wrap that properly. So, you know, it's just some little basic things. And then, you know, you're at a restaurant, and the way the person is serving you and doing his job, I smiled and I said, now I understand why Kenyans are so well sought. But I'm challenging you all in this room to do more than we have done, not to want to be like us, but to go far way beyond us, so that we can say that our investment was a good investment. Thank you very much.
Tumpigie makofi vizuri bwana. Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Onyango. We want to appreciate him in a better way. Sinafaa hivyo. So we are going to tunaenda kuifanya kama members of parliament. Tunaenda kwa kibiti nyekundu, si ndio? So tutakanyaga hivi. No, in parliament you don't clap. Wangapi umekuwa huko? Bunge you don't clap. So if you want to go into bunge, start training this right now. So tunaenda kupiga hapa, sawa? Mara 3. Sawa? 9 times. Tunapiga mara 3. Hivyo. Unawacha 3 nyingine, unawacha 3 nyingine. Sawa? Tuko tayari? Haya, twende. 1 2 3. Twende ya mwisho. 1 2 3. Thank you so much. Before we proceed, Mr. Onyango mentioned some few key areas. And when he was talking to one of the guys, Bravine, the guy said that he met Mr. Michael Onyango in an event like this. That's the same way most of us have met him today. In an event like this. What do you think prompted the young man to approach Mr. Onyango? Alikutana naye kama hapa leo umekutana naye. Mbona hujaenda kumwongelesha? Ati? Bado amesema hajakataa. Kumaanisha anapanga kukataa. Si ndio? What do you think prompted him to approach Mr. Onyango? The ambitions, eh? He had some ambitions. And therefore he decided to take action, huh? What do you think?
I think from the speech, the speaker delivered, his attention was caught and he decided to approach the speaker.
The speaker caught his attention and he decided to approach the speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. No matter how ambitious and visionary you might be, if you don't have courage, what did I say? What did I say? If you don't have what? Courage. If you don't have courage to take the first step, you'll never accomplish anything. If you don't have enough courage to take the first step, I tell you, your vision, your ambition, everything, you carry it back to the village. So today, we have Mr. Michael Onyango here. He has just talked about the bottom millions, and you've seen a living example of the two gentlemen. Now it's up to you. Gather courage, take action. It's out. So that next time, if he comes back again, he comes with students from Catholic University as an example. Sitakuwa sawa? Again, Antonio mentioned something. He said that he studies twice in a day. 2 days in a week. He mentioned 2 days in a week. I believe there are some people here who have classes only thrice in a week. Sindio? Mara tatu kwa wiki. So, what do you do the rest of the days? Kani kuja huku. Unafanyanga nini? Kama kuna class Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday hadi Monday ile nini? Unafanyanga nini?
Binafsi na mambo mengi sana ya kufanya.
Mambo gani hiyo? Mention hiyo mambo moja mengi.
Kianza kuyaeleza hayataisha.
Hapa na mambo mengi za kufanya hivi eleza. What do you do if your classes ends on Wednesday? What do you do?
Natafuta kitu cha kufanya.
Maisha hauna kitu cha kufanya. Utaanza kutafuta class ikiisha. What do you do?
Relax.
You relax, eh? She relaxes from Wednesday till Monday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take this serious. You see, in this room, we have people, and Mr. Nyango, the other time we had Miss President here. I meant to ask them, you are with two gentlemen. I don't know if they're your sons or they were sons. I took an initiative of taking their contacts so that we keep in touch. Do you know, can you tell me why? Big boys to give employment because you feel qualified. I want to tell you that those same people are calling up to give employment, those are friends. And their friends have kids, and their kids got friends. So what is going to happen? Mr. Onyango will give a job because of what? I'm a friend with his son. And why did you do that? In the university. So I have a track. What I'm saying is, create a constructive and strategic bond with your friends who are in university. Between Wednesday and Monday, mukae chini mahali discuss vitu strategic. So we are as we are moving, we have if you have a question or based on the presentation that has just been made, if you have anything, you have the mic. You have a question. Or you distribute the mic, but you don't have a question. Then ask that question before you distribute the mic. You will ask and the session is over. Okay, stand and distribute the mic. Anybody with a question, a concern about bottom millions? Anybody with a question, a concern about bottom millions? Tuko sawa. I want this guy to distribute this mic. Tafadhali. Amesema yeye ana distribute mic. Sister engineer. Okay, sister.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sister Zipporah. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. I am impressed. I have a question. You said you give opportunities even for fully funded scholarships. What is the criteria for applying for those scholarships? Thank you.
We get to one more question so that you can respond at once. Anyone with a question?
Yeah, here you go. Okay. I think that is the last one. Then we will ask questions as we proceed. Yours is noted. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Sister CUEA, and when Mr. Onyango was speaking, he laid more emphasis on Kenyans. So my question is, those opportunities, are they only meant for Kenyans or people from other countries can also benefit? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. At this juncture, allow me bring us some few entertainment so that at least we can give our can jog our minds and give our eyesight some good moments. We have dancers, so if okay, fine. Then proceed.
So let me respond to questions very quickly. So, no, our opportunities, once you're on our platform, right now we're on the calling 100 days of fully verified opportunities. They're actually from across the world, and yes, even non-Kenyans are actually eligible for them. So a lot of them in the Global South, to the Global South, this is Africa, in Asia, Latin America, are actually eligible for these scholarships. And until we spoke about university that's going to EU, European Business University. So we have a relationship with them where we're actually able to onboard you to also get access to those fully funded scholarships. So what we do is that anything that you do is that so long as you meet the criteria of what that scholarship is asking for, you are eligible for it. And yes, even people who are non-Kenyans can also apply for some of those scholarships. There are plenty of them. The best thing is the flyers that we sent out, please scan the QR code at the back and you can join into our WhatsApp groups, and then you can also start having immediate access to all these opportunities that we've been speaking about here. And that's why we give out those flyers here for you to be able to have access to us and have more information. Thank you. I think I've answered them both.
Any other question, guys?
Thank you so much, Mr. Onyango, for that clarification. Thank you so much, Mr. Onyango, for that clarification.
Sorry, can I? So, if I may be allowed, because I'm actually here because Sister Rose really pushed for me to be here, so I'd like you to come forward so I can present something to her, please. Sister Rose. So I'm going to make Sister Rose an honorary 4BM member.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Sister Rose. The dancers, when you're ready.
put on me. You see your body carry something I never understand. I must confess, your body very defense, I must confess, your body not my objective. They give me progress. Oh my baby, I love this boy. Leave me nothing, no good on me. You see your body carry something I never understand. I must confess, your body very offensive. They start my defense, I must confess, but the body not my objective. They give me progress, my darling, would you fly with me? International, you go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me? As I don't know, man, you go there with me for life.
Ah, that was a nice one, eh? Wapeni makofi. At this juncture, I would like to invite on board my colleague MC, Mr. President, just to give out some clarification and some announcement. When nice.
Okay, God is good. And all the time. And that is His nature. I'm really impressed by how we are rolling out the events of the day. At this juncture, I want to give the way forward so that we observe timeliness. We will begin Ebu kidogo. Let's give a loud of applause to the dancers. I think they have done a good job. After the dancers then, I want to introduce the next segment, which will be to award our guest speaker today, Honorable Michael Onyango, for his presentation and even his opportunities. And then after that, we will have short segments, career talks, mental health talk, general health talk, Dr. Sylvie Nasasa, Sister Constantine, and Professor Godfrey Wahumu. So that will be the order after this. So at this moment, allow me to welcome the awardees, or rather, some people to preside over a gift to honor Honorable Michael Onyango. Kindly, our Sister Zibora, Deputy Dean, our beloved mom, Sister Eukeria and Lilian. We allow applause as we get our. Good. Sister Ruth, please join me.
Piga makofi haya Yesu. Piga makofi. Piga makofi. Piga makofi. La. Piga makofi. Mungu wewe. Piga makofi.
Yeah, post for photo there. Good one.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Mr. Onyango, for that, for receiving that great award.
Okay. On the screens, I've seen a certain link. It's a link there. Please ensure you register using that link so that you get your certificate. Yeah, that link. Ensure you register by that link so that you get your certificate. At this moment now, let's put our hands together for Dr. Steve Asasa, who will be taking us through mental health talk.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I prefer to do this first because I'm different in terms of height, so I want to be able to see everybody. And I want to appreciate those who have spoken before me. This morning I was invited to speak about mental health. So, before I talk about myself, I have to say that I'm not going to use PowerPoint slides because in psychology we normally write notes after the event. So when we meet our clients, we see them when we go back to to our own start telling right the notes. So you can be very sure after this event, then I'll prepare a PowerPoint slide for the presentation. But for now, I just wanted to interact, and I'm going to focus on the future of work in terms of mental health. So I am a psychologist, and I lecture in the Department of Psychology. I'm the head of the department. I was inspired in this career by my primary school teacher, who was teaching me in class 6, class 7, and class 8. He was my science teacher. And this teacher always, when he came to class, he used to teach, and there is no day he never identified himself as a psychologist. So he used to tell us, you cannot teach me, I've done psychology, I'm able to understand the mind. Those are the words that he used to say. So I grew up falling in love with that profession. Then when I went to high school, there were never sessions like this. You are finding your own career accidentally. And after Form 4, I joined the university. My first degree was education. So I became a teacher and taught for 5 years in high school. And one of the responsibilities I was given is to be the guidance and counseling teacher, because I had done a few units in psychology. And when I began to listen to my students presenting their issues, I noticed it was not an easy job as they were putting it. So I decided to venture into psychology deeply. So I had to go back to school and begin a diploma in psychology. And it took me another 8 years of training in the field of psychology, rising from diploma to the level of PhD. And this is the field that is feeding me right now. I am not planning to leave this field. It is the best area that I believe God has called me to serve. And so I just want to encourage us as we go through this day and try to ask yourself. So sometimes I teach content on death. So a month ago, I told one of my classes to write their own. Each student was to write their own eulogy, and it was an assignment to be marked. So I was looking at the eulogy and the content they are bringing forth. And today I want to give you that assignment to write your own eulogy. And especially as you write it, I would really want you to focus on your career. The day that you will be lying dead in your coffin, what do you want people to say about your career? What is it that you want to be included in your eulogy about your career? And once you have said that, then it can change your behavior right now. How you behave right now going there. You now not live accidentally. Because some people just live accidentally and find themselves in a particular kind of career. But as we talk about this, we want to align your mind so that you are purposeful in whatever you are doing. In my village, one of the parents there was advising the child on which career to choose. You know, parents have a lot of expectations, especially with the things that they never achieve. So they always want those things to be achieved through the children. So I had this parent telling the child, she wanted the child to be a police officer, and the child did not want. So when I went to ask why the parent wanted the child to be a police officer, I was told there is a neighbor in the environment who always disturbs the family. The neighbor is around 70 years old. The child is 20 years old. The parents are around 65 years old. So the vision of the parent was this child to train to be a police officer so that they will come and arrest this neighbor who is 70 years old. So I was trying to imagine, by the time this child is going to be a police officer, would this neighbor be still alive? And so then it poses some questions to me. What is informing your choice of career? What is it that you want to solve for humanity? But I can find that if you align your career to your purpose, why God created you, if your career is aligned there, you never go wrong. But if your career is aligned to short-term things like that, that's a current trend, what is happening, the quarrels that are happening in the family, then there'll be a problem. And why mental health? It's an area that is not very much known. But today it is becoming one of the biggest things around. I visited 2 countries that I wanted to share experiences from those countries. One of the countries I visited was United Arab Emirates. In that country they have a ministry called Ministry of Happiness and Wellness. It's a ministry on its own. The way you have Ministry of Education, then they have a Ministry for Happiness. And there is a minister for that position. And what is the work of this ministry? The way in Kenya, you see, when you want to put up a building, you have to get clearance from NEMA. You have to assess the environmental impact. In that country, they are aligning everything to mental wellness and happiness. So when you want to put up a building, you also, apart from confirming that the project is not going to be harmful to the environment, they also carry out a happiness assessment with the population. So if the population will not be happy about that work, then you will not proceed to do the work. I'm hoping one time we should have a happiness ministry in Kenya. Because right now there are many things that are happening that are shaping our mental health. If you go to the environmentalists, they will tell you at the rate at which we are destroying our environment, it is actually having a lot of impact on our own mental health. So the destruction that we are seeing, people are starting to have existential anxiety, and with the destruction of the forests that we are seeing around. So it tells you then the aspect of mental health is very, very important if you are taking a career in that line, and those who want to join that line. The other country that I visited was Sweden. So when my host was moving me around, we saw some cows. We saw these graded cows that were just grazing in the field. So I was asking, and there was nobody taking care of them. So I was asking my host, why are these animals moving freely and they are supposed to be milked? So I shared the Kenyan experience, that in Kenya we normally do zero grazing because when animals are confined, they are able to preserve energy, and so they concentrate or produce more milk. So what we were agreeing with, what I was telling this person from the Kenyan experience is, an animal that has rested enough is able to produce more milk. Then he told me another philosophy that I really borrowed from. He says, for them, they believe a happy animal produces more milk. And the animal, so he was telling me, if you tie the animal as zero grazing unit, that animal is not happy. So they allow the animals to move around and eat, and then they told me the production is very high. And when I went where they milk, they actually have speakers there that animals are listening to music. And so they create an environment that is very happy, a happy environment for the animal, so that then they get a lot of milk production. And that tells you what? It's all about wellness. It's all about mental wellness. If you want to see how important the career in this area is, then you look at the trends that we are seeing in the world. That we have so much suffering, we have wars around, there is a rise in terminal illnesses, things that never used to happen before. But again, if you look on the positive side of the 2 examples that I'm sharing, that countries are even beginning to set up ministries of happiness, then it tells you it is a profession that, if you are in that profession, if you are seated here and you are pursuing that profession, then you are not in a wrong field. One question that my students keep asking me, after this training, where are the jobs? So this year I went to Madari Hospital where I was going to assess our students who are doing practicum there. So I carried with me two first-year students just to go and see the experience in that hospital. So we went around and walked in the wards, and we went to some of the most extreme wards with patients who are very sick. So we walked around the hospital, then we had a chat with the hospital psychologist. So my students were asking the same question, where are jobs after this? And the psychologist of the hospital told them, do not look for employment, deploy yourself. Those words I've never forgotten. This person says, deploy yourself. And what did they mean? That there are no jobs, but there is a lot of work. There is a lot of work. So people are looking for jobs, but there is a lot of work around them, work that can pay you very, very well. So he was telling my students, change your mindset and begin to deploy yourself. Don't wait to be deployed. Don't wait for employment. Don't wait for the government to announce and call for employment opportunities. So as we sit here, I look at the field of mental health, and I'm asking myself, what is the future? And I see the future is great because the market is huge. The need for mental health or mental wellness is huge. Right now in hospitals, they used to rely on medics alone. But even if you talk to the medics, they tell you in many wards they also deploy counseling psychologists, clinical psychologists, because it has been shown that even the physical illnesses that we suffer, when your mental health is boosted, you normally have a good chance to fight the disease. I don't know if that is why we were able to fight corona in this side of the world and overcome it. So there is every sector right now as we talk, even in the workplace, people are now aligning workplace policies with mental health because it has been shown that employees who are stressed will not perform. So we need now specialists in those areas to be able to ensure that the employee's mental health is well cared for. And when it tells you that, it tells you that in the future we have great opportunities that you can be able to jump on as a mental health practitioner. I know I'm speaking to a team or a group of people that are coming from different professions. One of my friends was a lawyer, so she was telling me, I met her in a psychology class. So I was asking her, what has brought you to psychology class? Then she tells me, I have been practicing as a family lawyer for many years, and I've realized most cases that are coming to court from the family division, some could be divorce cases. She's saying, I listen to those cases and I find some of those cases should not even have landed in the court. Some of those cases, if there was someone just talking to the people concerned, there are cases that would not land in the court. So I'm seeing lawyers also get interested in mental health. I have seen lawyers who are working with forensics, investigation and understanding criminal behavior. I think our dean is a specialist in that area too. That's an area that you may not be purely, your line is mental health, but you're finding now from the judiciary, from the legal side, you can be able to align yourself in the field of mental health, and it can make you to be a better practitioner in the other profession that you are holding. I've just talked about environment and mental health. Right now, even us in psychology, we are testing interventions. We are saying, instead of meeting clients one-on-one for talking, for counseling, can we do nature walks? Can I take someone to just go and do a nature walk in a forest, hear the birds sing, hear the wind blow through the trees, and research is already showing there is a connection on that side. So what does this mean? Even environmentalists can cross to our side and add to whatever knowledge they have on environmental science, they can add and link it to mental health, and we can be able to give humanity the solutions that they need. When I look at the cancer hospitals around, again you see patients struggling. One of my students, I wish Shayla was around. Shayla went to practice in Nairobi Hospice, and there she's dealing with patients who are in the last phases of life. And Shayla all along, she has been telling me in class, I don't know what I want to do. I mean, psychology, but I don't know what I want to do. When she went to this hospital and just interacted with patients who are dying in their last part of their life, she came and told me, I have found what I want to do. This is the area that I want to be in. So she moves around, goes to communities, speaking to people. There are people out who are just willing to be helped, to prepare and to die peacefully. That's the thing. So you and me are thinking they need to be helped to live. But then when we go to them, they are like, just help me, I want to die, and I want to die peacefully. That's an area that people are already venturing into. I have looked at our army. Our army is still stationed in Somalia. They are fighting there. Every time the army goes out, there is a mental health professional that is accompanying them. So you find there is a military psychologist, because what they are seeing in the field, there is a lot of trauma that they encounter there. So you find for them to fight well, for them to have the resilience, they need this support. You look at even sports. Right now, people are not just running, it's not just athletics or football. There are psychologists who are trained to help and help people to capitalize on their abilities and motivation to be able to perform well. So the games have changed. They are no longer physical games, but it's psychological games. And then the other area I want to look at is the area of research. So we train as psychologists, we train as psychiatrists, we train as social workers, but you can also decide that you are not going to practice, you are not going to see clients, but you are going to be this person who will be testing treatment approaches. So you will be deciding treatment interventions, taking them to participants to respond to questions and test and see, does this intervention work? And the area of research, I would encourage you. I see a lot of you are young people in the undergraduate, and many times we have left this area of research in whatever field you are doing. This would be mental health or whatever field you are doing. This area is normally left for postgraduate. When you hear people talk about research, you see undergraduates will shy off. Even the supervisors, most of the PhD lecturers who are here, I don't think you want to supervise undergraduates. You normally say those ones can be supervised by someone else. But I think there is talent in that area to nurture, that we can be able to instill research skills in this field, because I know people who are earning from research alone. So as you think about mental health in future and the different careers that you are aspiring to take, please think about research. It is an area that has very few professionals. And I want to, as I head towards the end of my presentation, from the time of Corona, we noticed we used to do counseling and provide mental health services in our room. And we even used to lock the door and write on the door, counseling in progress. So we found during Corona, people were not willing to come to that room. And as I'm talking, there is a whole space. I think our keynote speaker has really addressed the space on the digital platforms. There is a whole space on the digital platforms. If you align yourself, and we see the future of mental health going there, it is going to be digital. And the time is not to finish, graduate, then you start looking for digital space. Begin to create digital presence right now, because in the future what we are seeing, you will get clients from everywhere. Apart from lecturing and researching, I also do clinical practice. So I see clients. Now I see clients from different countries in the world just through the computer. I'm able to see, and you see that really helped me in pricing. If I see you in Kenya, you pay me $4,000 an hour. But if I see someone in the US, I charge them dollars. So I check what is the rate of paying a psychologist for a session in the United States. That's the price that I put on my service. So I do not convert my Kenyan rate and charge them from there. I check what they are charged there, and that is what I charge them. And it's giving me some good money. So if you love money, That's an area that I would encourage you, please pursue the digital space. Don't wait for people to get you clients. If you are in the mental field, just make yourself known. And I don't advertise myself, but my presence online, someone checks and follows me. The way the speaker was saying, when we Google you, what do we find? By the way, you need to do that exercise before you finish. If we Google your name, what will come up? Some of you, it's only your WhatsApp that will come up. The WhatsApp, or the Google will tell you that the search cannot be done what? We cannot find the person. So how do you, some of the people have reached me and asking me, can you counsel me? From different countries, they check, they go to LinkedIn, they go to different research platforms where I am, and they ask you, we see you have a specialization in this, can you see someone? So what do you charge? That's how we make clients. So do not be seated in this generation of digital era and you are still waiting for people to give you clients or people to show you where you are going to do your work from. Finally, you cannot survive in this profession just when you say, I want to do psychology alone, and you don't know what is happening around other professions. I've already said, some of you can train to be in the field of mental health, and you proceed to join the military. And by the way, you join at a higher rank. You don't go starting with the lower ranks that other people will be joining. So you can train, finish this, and join another training. Actually, psychologists, you can also cross over and do some courses in law. You can do some courses in baking. One of my students I was asking one of my students, so now you are going to graduate, what do you want to do? And she was telling me, I now want to focus, she's a psychologist, I now want to focus on making cakes. That's what she told me. I can imagine if you are a Kenyan parent, and the child is telling you, I now want to focus on cakes. So I tried to push her to psychology. She said, no, I want to focus on cakes. So then I went to sit down. I realized even baking is therapy. The baking itself, we are what we call occupational therapy. When you go to Madari Hospital, part of the treatment that people are given is occupational therapy. So there they don't tell you how you have a problem. The therapist only comes and they say, today we will be in the kitchen. So you are cooking together, another day you are ironing clothes. So I was telling my student, I think these two things can marry. These two things can agree. So do not be the person who will just be doing one profession. In whatever profession you are, try to reach out and get skills from different other professions. Let's network. Let's network with other people. One of my students last year, she wrote a paper on her project. She's an undergraduate. Her project was on grief after losing a pet. Grief after losing a pet. And today she's giving talks. She's one of a few counselors who are counseling people who have lost their pets. So if your cat dies, and you don't know who to talk to, please reach out to me. I will connect you to my student. She will charge you and we will talk about that. I know those who are my generation, they are laughing, but the young people will tell you. One of my students was sharing and telling me when her cat died, she tried to tell her mother and the mother wanted to beat her. And she was like, I was feeling really, really, really bad. I was feeling sad. So if you lose an animal, there is someone who can be able to help you, whichever field. So your work is to look at your field and see, how can I deploy myself, especially to an area that nobody else is venturing into. Become a specialist there and you do well. So because of time, I want to ask the programmer to take over. I hope I finished my 15 minutes.
Please donate the remaining 2
minutes left. Yeah, it's very bad manners for a psychologist to not to respect time. I tell you, I will cancel you for 45 minutes, then we go to 2 hours. It is really a waste of time. That's why we are really very, very much tuned to time and structuring. So I donate the 2 to the programmer. I think he can tell us what to do with that, the 2 minutes.
What about the presentation?
Maybe I want to ask you to clap for me. I have not had you clapping for anybody. Please clap for me.
Thank you. So let's continue clapping until he's down here. Dr. Sasa, that was wonderful. Before you sit down, just come over. I think you deserve an award, right? You deserve an award, right? So let me welcome the only Mswahili in the campus. Majimbo Mswahili, you award Dr. Sasa. So Dr. Sasa is requesting Michelle, his student, to come and get awarded together with him.
Michelle is my student actually in the department. I don't know if you came with her. Where is she? Yes, please come and see this together.
Good. Mswahili sema jambo.
Asante sana Bwana Rais. Rais anasema eti mimi ni Mswahili peke yake hapa shuleni, lakini Waswahili tuko wengi na huwa tunasema ya kwamba kuna Kiswahili cha sehemu tofauti tofauti. Kuna Kiswahili cha Mathare, kuna Kiswahili cha Ukikuyu kule, kuna Kiswahili cha Kungoma, kuna Kiswahili cha Marekani. Waswahili ni wengi, inalingana wewe ni Mswahili kutoka wapi. Na nimeitwa mahali hapa nikaweze kuwapa tunuku mabingwa hao, kwa sababu hakika masuala ya akili ni masuala muhimu sana, jinsi umekuwa unatuambia. Na watu wengi wanaangamia tu kwa sababu ya akili. Unajua akili kichanganyika, hata unaweza changanyikiwa ufanye nini kwa sababu tu akili zimechanganyika, lakini wanaitwa therapists. Ni watu wa muhimu sana kwa maisha ya binadamu. Nimeshukuru sana Bwana Rais. Na zawadi kwako. Sasa hebu tusonge hapa mbele tafadhali. Tusijifiche huko. Songe hapa mbele. Wow. Na ningeomba ya kwamba bingwa awe katikati, nyinyi muwe kando. Huyu awe katikati. Haya. Sasa nataka kuwapa hii zawadi, na nikiwapa zawadi, mnakumbuka mliambiwa tufanye nini? Tunapiga makofi kama watu wa kule parliament. Hatupigi makofi, tunapiga miguu. Sawa sawa. Sasa nikiwapa hii zawadi, nataka kusikia mlio wa miguu. Sitaki kusikia mlio wa makofi kwa sababu tuko kwenye bunge la kiakili. Haya, 1, 2, 3. Endelea tukupiga. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Na jambo la mwisho tu, niseme ya kwamba ninafanya Kiswahili na mawasiliano. Kuna wanafunzi wengi wa Kiswahili na mawasiliano mahali hapa na ni wanahabari. Sasa tunapozungumza mambo mengi, tukumbuke ya kwamba tuna wanahabari ndani ya mjengo. Wengine ni hawa ambao wanachukua video. Barikiwe.
Thank you. Swahili Majimbo. So we release Dr. Sasa. He should be attending another event in Mission Hall. So feel free, Daktari. At this moment, let's put our hands together for Sister Constantine Beth.
God is good
all the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
I know we've been sitting since we came in here, and being a health person, MC, was there someone who can do something small before we have our 15-minute sharing?
Take us through something, Daktari. Acha tufanyike kitu na CEO ama vipi?
Thank you so much. So I would request that we stand. We be upstanding, all of us. And Sister Deborah, some small exercise, delegation.
Oh, I'm also gifted in the height.
Thank you, Sister Connie. So,
I'm loud enough. Okay. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu, 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 Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Katutoa chini, katuweka wapi? Katutoa chini, katuweka kanyama, katuweka juu. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Katutoa chini, katuweka wapi? Katutoa chini, katuweka kati, katutoa kati, katuweka juu. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Mungu wetu ni wa amani, 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 Mungu wetu ni wa amani. Katutoa nyuma, katuweka wapi? Katutoa nyuma, katuweka kati, katutoa kati, katuweka mbele. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Katutoa nyuma, katuweka wapi? Katutoa nyuma, katuweka kati, katutoa kati, katuweka mbele. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu.
Thank you very much. Exercise is good for us, and as Zakari said, also for our mental well-being. I have learned to be a teacher, working in the medical space with a nursing background, and also did my studies in community. I wanted also to understand something in community health and development so that we are able to grow our communities. And I'm also a healthcare manager. That is what I did for my MBA, healthcare management, so that we try to improve how we run our health institutions. That is Sister Connie, working at St. Mary's Mission Hospitals, both at the main hospital in Nairobi, and I also foresee our other hospital in Nakuru. That's the one in Elementaita, with its branch at the Nakuru town. When I was asked to share something about health and career, one thing came to me. As we are talking, please, the slide move, I need to move, because people who work in the hospital are very brief. So let's have our slides moving again. I thought about how can we work while we are happy, while we are fulfilled. How can we take work as a hobby so that I am motivated every morning to get up and serve? If I am a student, am I motivated now to get up every morning and embrace my studies? I thought about career, work. How can we do what we are doing when we are healthy? In our next slide, we're moving. Just sort of brief things. We have many careers with us. Career as an occupation, career as a profession. Of course, that requires training, and we have different careers in our lives. Work, on the other hand, as an activity involving a mental and physical effort. We just had a mental expert here. Work involving the mental activity, and therefore I need mental wellness for me to be able to deliver, to be able to work well. Next. In the medical school, we are taught that health is a complete state, whatever we are told there, of mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. That definition is changing now. That definition is changing now. That is according to WHO. We have another definition about the ability to be resilient. It's the new definition of health. The extent to which an individual or a group of people is able to cope with the challenging circumstances that come in our lives. So, are we able to remain resilient? Then, that is the tool that we use for assessment. Therefore, the lesser resilient you are, then the lesser healthy you are. Because this will destabilize us. When we are not able to cope with the demands of life, then we are not healthy. So moving from the WHO definition to the ability to remain resilient. Therefore, we need to know the ways and means of remaining resilient in our lives so that we remain healthy. Next. Work. The first speaker talked about work, and I saw some of us already trying to look for opportunities, because I know there are those who already have a certain career, and we are just up. A great priority in our life, giving us income. We are able to impact other people's lives. Keeps us in good health when we work, but can also be a cause of stress. Work can also be a cause of stress. So we all need to understand this, even as we prepare. You know, some of us have few months or whatever years. We need to prepare well in our career so that we have work boosting or giving us healthy life as opposed to a cause of stress and therefore making us unhealthy. Proceed. About work again, before I leave there, in the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 15, work was ordained by God. So as we work, let us have the godly aspect of work so that in our careers, we embrace it, a call by God. It is good, as I have said. It gives us well-being. We need to feel motivated in our careers. It gives us a platform to socialize. You meet many people and you're able to learn. And what helps us to reduce the risk of depression. The mental health experts will tell us now, in every 10 people, we have 4 of us that are heading into depression. Very key. So we've got to take our careers not as a source of mental instability, not a source of depression, but as a source of our well-being. Next. We need to stay on top of things in our careers. We all know that we are living in an ever-changing world. In the medical field today, we are using this drug, and in the next few months, we are told now that one is no longer working. In your various different careers, in your various fields, things are fast moving. So, as university students, as we continue with our lives, please move, be informed, move with the speed of the changing world. The new technologies and advancements that come, embrace them. Develop healthy living habits. We're talking about career and remaining healthy. Healthy living habits. Have time to study, have time to work, have time to rest, have time to socialize, have time to make a journey inside you, introspect yourself. Next.
we have a work system model, and I just chose one of them. Having the person, we are surrounded by many things. In our career life, the organization has its demands. The environment has its own demands. You've got tasks that you need to accomplish, and not only accomplish, but accomplishing them on time so that we can meet the deadlines. We have the technology and the new tools. All this surrounds the one person, the person that we want him or her to be resilient. Then, how do you have a balance of the work system balance, career, and life balance? So let us have this, be aware of this. The many demands that are there. How can I have a balance? Next. Boardroom. Our boardroom. Health and wellness. Just to mention a few. Because we say we have to know how we can remain resilient in our careers and in our general lives. Exercise cannot be emphasized. Balanced diet cannot be emphasized. As students, maybe we can talk about adequate sleep. Adequate sleep. We have to translate. When you are studying, some of us have to translate. Otherwise, tomorrow I will not be able to answer anything in that. It's not healthy. Let us have our time well managed so that we sleep. It's recommended that we have a sleep of within 6 to 8 hours. So as students, if we can get the minimum. Avoid unhealthy activities. A calling from the health field. Avoid unhealthy activities. Let us moderate all that we do. Avoid risky behaviors. Have regular health screens or checkups, whether we are healthy or not. It is just good to have a habit of coming to check yourself. Am I okay? Is there an organ that is developing some problem and I'm not aware? All this will help us maintain the illness, wellness, continue. Illness, wellness, vigilance that we need to have. Next. This is the illness, wellness, continue that I'm talking about. And there are two paradigms as to this. You choose high level of wellness, or you head towards the premature death side. And I know we all want to make our journeys towards the high level wellness. Therefore, awareness is key. So we need to have or to look for knowledge, education in areas wellness or well-being. Because when we are aware, then we are able to monitor ourselves. What signs and symptoms do I have that are showing me that my paradigm is shifting towards premature death? We will tell you in the house that signs are the things that you see, and symptoms are the things that you feel. We have rashes as a sign, for example. We have headache as an example of a symptom. I cannot see headache. So when you've got headache, you have a symptom. When you have rashes, you have a sign, something we can see. So in our illness, wellness, continuous journey, let us be cognizant of these things. How do I feel today? So that we are able to seek treatment and we are able to order our lives
towards high level of wellness, because in our careers we have got to be healthy to be able to deliver. Next. We have some interesting life scenarios. These ones I just chose. I thought of the things that we can do to remain healthy, and at times we have them in our disposal and we are not able to capture that opportunity. For example, we have people who perpetual travelers, but they have no time for exercise. You can just sit on a plane, you can just sit in the car, traveling around the world, but we have no time to do exercise. Training for a marathon. You want to train, but you stay at work very late. Will you get time to train? No. We have those of us who live by the beach and we are not able to swim. The swimming pool is near. We are not able to swim. What do I mean? We have the resources with us, but we are not getting hold of these resources to help us remain healthy. So let us identify the opportunities around us. Let us identify those resources that are around us and make the best out of this. Next. What are some of the benefits of career health balance? As you have said, we need to have career health balance. And those are the benefits listed there. Maintaining both physical and mental health, very key. Healthy relationships, very important here, especially to all of us. We need to maintain our interpersonal relationships judiciously and empathetically. How do I relate to the other person? Are we having a healthy relationship, even at work, in the institution, at the university as we are? How is my presence impacting the other person? Let's maintain healthy interpersonal relationships, career growth, and the quality of life. So that as we embrace the healthy lifestyle formula, we are able to climb up the ladder, achieving that. Next. Challenges to career work health balance. What are some of the challenges that you're going through? Pressure to study as well as work. And as I said in the very beginning, even as we are seated here, we've got those of us ambao wametranslate. Ni ukweli? Is it true? Please let us learn to balance. That pressure to study can make you our clients, and we don't want to have so many clients coming for mental health. So let us learn to balance. You may be a student, at the same time you're working somewhere. Please learn to balance and have time for rest. Doing multiple jobs. Please don't compromise your rest days. Have your rest days, because they are not a waste of time. We need them to be able to get the strength to move on. As I said in the very beginning, health checks are quite important. Have yourself checked so that you'll be able to work, you'll be able to serve when you are healthy. Next. What are some of the strategies for achieving career health balance? Just a few tips that I thought we can share.
a few strategies that we can put in place for us to achieve career health balance. The word of God in Proverbs chapter 22 says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So we need to prepare ourselves. How? Next. Seek career guidance. Seek career guidance. Develop emotional intelligence. Very important. You know, in the job market now, both of you will be having your degrees. Both of you will have your masters, your diplomas, your certificates, your PhDs. But the difference that we are looking for, and this is what we do in our organization also, fine, the papers are there. But apart from the papers, how balanced is this person? Emotional intelligence. You have to know yourself. Know yourself. Are you able to regulate yourself? Are you able to manage your emotions? Are you self-motivated? Are you empathetic enough? And how is your interpersonal how are you relating with the other people? So emotional intelligence is very key. Apart from just having our first classes and our second class honors and all this, emotional intelligence is very important in the job market. Prioritize care for yourself. And then time management. We say that in our careers, in our studies, what we are doing, time management. Very important, because then if we manage our time well, then we will not have pressure as we work in our careers. So we need this ability to be able to manage our own emotions, understand the emotions of the people around us. Then we'll be able to live healthy lives. Resilience that we talked about. Are we done? Boardroom. Other strategies. It is good to understand yourself and ask for help. Seek support. An emotionally intelligent person will be able to adapt easily. Remember, we have changed our definition of health. Good health is no longer the complete physical, mental, and social well-being. We are talking about the ability to adapt, the ability to remain resilient. So let us learn to be adaptable, making adjustments when we meet new experiences. And COVID-19 was one of the things that taught us many things. We learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. That experience need to have taught us much about being adaptable and remaining resilient. I think all the speakers here have talked about being happy. A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. The book of Proverbs again. Boardroom. Let us take Jesus as our example, taking intentional breaks, taking time alone in our careers, taking some rest so that we have the energy to move on. Next. As I conclude, it is imperative, therefore, for all of us to prioritize study health balance, be adaptable and resilient, for this helps our bodies and our minds. We work hard. Be cognizant of our gifts and serve, so that we have our careers as hobbies. We have our work as hobbies and not sources of stress, and that will help us to maintain work, career, study,
health balance. Thank you and God bless you.
Let's continue clapping. And on that same note, I would want to invite Dr. Calvin to please award Sister Constant Bet. Dr. Calvin, wherever she is. Dr. Calvin to award Dr. Bet for having given us that great speech. I'm just getting clarification that Dr. Carol is not in the room, so I'll invite Dr. Elizabeth, if she is inside. Dr. Elizabeth to just step forward. Oh, there she is. Begin makofi. To present an award to Dr. Constant for that great speech. As she receives our, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself. We've heard about doctors, we've heard about honorables, and now we're moving forward. We're taking it a bit higher. Prepare yourself for one and only professor in the house. Wow. Professor of ecotoxicology. Matters environment. Yes. Begin makofi, Professor. Keep clapping as Professor comes. Keep clapping. This is a Professor of ecotoxicology from the University of Griffith, Professor Geoffrey Wahungu. Continue clapping tafadhali. Mpigeni makofi. Mpigeni makofi. Mpigeni makofi. Asante sana. Anasema ni ecotoxicology. Maneno ya mazingira. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, NC. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I want to take this opportunity to say that it's my pleasure to be here today. I'm going to be speaking about green careers in environment. My last assignment was as the Director General of the National Environment Management Authority, DGNEMA, from 2012 to 2020. My most challenging assignment, of course, those who may have followed, was the plastic ban of 2017. So we had a lot of interaction with you guys, and currently I'm teaching at McGill University in Montreal. I also do a bit of consultancies here and there in environment. I served once before as the chair of department, wildlife management at Moi, and also the founding dean of the School of Environment at Karatina, and a few other things in between. Today I want to speak about the environment and green jobs. So I will not basically speak more about other careers, but basically speak to the issue of green jobs, or those who have studied areas in environment. You will be aware that the issue of environment didn't start with us here as a country. It started many years ago during creation at the Garden of Eden. I think when we hear about the Garden of Eden, everybody imagines how beautiful, green, blue, whatever color it was. Sometimes you use blue for the sea or green, and that's where it began. Now, the challenge we have now in environment, and I'm sure this is going to be interesting to some of you, is that everybody in Kenya has been awarded a job in conservation and environmental restoration by the Constitution, which means that we all have a duty to do work as environmentalists, or to save the environment or to protect the environment. What about those who have studied environmental management or careers in the environment, when everybody has been tasked the job of protecting the environment? So the Constitution gives us the right to a clean and healthy environment, every one of us here. But we also have a responsibility. So Article 42 is very clear about that, but we also have a responsibility in Article 69 and many others. Before the Constitution, most of the regulations in environment management were contained in the Environment Management and Coordination Act, EMCA of 2009. And there were 79 pieces of legislations which were amalgamated to form EMCA, and also the Constitution now narrows it down. You are also aware that environment management is in the preamble of our Constitution. I will warn you that I'll be saying next many times, so the guy at the control room, pay attention to me so that I don't look very disorganized, because I have prepared for 30 minutes, so I have to scale it down, and therefore I'll keep skipping a lot of slides, but they will be available, so that I can talk about careers. Now, the speakers before me have talked about social issues, environmental issues, and even economic issues will be talked about in future and have been talked about. Now, the balance between those three are what we call sustainability or environment. The issue about environmental care or careers are about balancing environment, our social needs, and also our economic needs. We need to eat, we need to be happy, as Sister Connie has said, and as also Dr. Asasa said before. Therefore, to be able to do that, we need an amiable environment so that we can practice all those things. And therefore, we need to balance and create sustainability in that. If one side wins over the others, then we don't have sustainability and we have a period of instability. Next one. If you look at the pillars of environment and sustainability, of a sustainable environment or the balance, the most important of the three is the environmental. If you had that as a house, you would see that if you had a roof to be supported, then it is easier to support it with the environment than with the social and economic aspect. And therefore, it is very important that when we are even doing all that balance, the environment is the one which is taking lead, because it is the substance upon which everything else, the social and the economic aspects, grow on. That provides the substance. And the figure at the top here shows that for our well-being and for development, then economy plays a very small role compared to what the society needs or the social needs of people, and also the biggest requirement for sustainability is environment. Next one. I'll talk about the challenges, and I want to talk about these slides with regard to urbanization. When we started doing censuses many years ago, every time we are talking about increasing population, and sometimes we get annoyed when the first world keeps reminding us that we are growing very fast, and we also say sometimes our children are resources, but sometimes our population can be a hindrance because of the growth aspect. But I'm not here to talk about population growth, but I'm here to say that we need to go in tandem with how many we are, so that because the resources that we need and the consequent problems that we get out of the utilization of resources are directly related to how many we are. The next slide. Now, we are in Nairobi. I don't know if we are yet in Kajiado. I don't think we are in Kajiado yet, so we are in Nairobi. But we are aware that we have two cities in Nairobi. We have the green city and we have the brown city. But most of it tends to green. There are shades of gray. Essentially, we would like to be green. Where there is planning, for example, the green city where I'm saying skyscrapers in Nairobi, incidentally, you get a lot of green spaces. So if Dr. Sasa was doing his classes or mentoring people, he would be having a few places where they can go and sit under a tree, etc., and then the patient heals faster. But in some of the informal settlements, because of poor planning, we do not enjoy green spaces. And therein lies so many of the problems that the previous speakers have talked about in terms of mental health and many other health issues that we are going to deal with, even in spaces to work. The next one. So our vision is green cities. We should need clean air, clean water, land or the soil should be good for cultivation or even planting trees or any other vegetation that we want. And of course, we need to hear birds singing, we need to hear frogs croaking, we need to hear crickets doing their stuff or singing, etc. But a lot of the time we don't enjoy this, and basically that's why we are always stressed and stuff like that. So let's go to the next one. I'll skip that one because of time, but that is talking about the waste generation. In Nairobi, for example, we get about 2.4 million metric tons of waste per day. But the county government is able only to remove 40% of it. Where does the rest go? It just chokes us. Most of us who are living in some of the areas where this waste is not collected. So basically, that shows what we need to work on and improve on. And this begins my talk about where some of our careers are going to begin with. So don't say that they are data careers, for example, because we are going to see what this is all about. So we have water pollution, which is a big problem. And basically, as you can see, some of the rivers that are flowing within Nairobi, they are just mud pools. There is, the other day, the president inaugurated what is called the Nairobi River Commission to try and clean up Nairobi River. Ever since the Shuki time and the time that other ministers have come in between, people have tried many things about cleaning up Nairobi River. But, as I said before about the tale of two cities, the green and the brown, it is very difficult. We are not going to remove people from their settlements so that you can clean up the river. And some of these people, by nature, are going to be able to throw efforts directly into the water. Therefore, there are other areas about social aspects of this and what development we need to do, the approaches that we need to be able to solve some of these issues. And still these are areas of careers. The next one. The next one. You are aware of noise, so I'll not go well on that much. I'm sure every one of you lives near a pub or some other entertainment joint or some garden where weddings happen and stuff like that. And in the middle of the night, you cannot sleep because of all these areas. So I will go to see where later on, because when the noise regulation was introduced somewhere around 2014, there was a lot of confusion. People didn't even understand that noise can be measured. But now we know, and there is a whole career in modeling of noise. And some of the topics which are being covered now in courses at the universities are modeling about that. Next one. So planning is important, and we'll see why we need to plan. We have talked about informal settlements and formal settlements. The people who live in informal settlements have done nothing wrong socially. They just find themselves there, and therefore, when we are planning about governance, and I remember, I don't know if you remember about the informal settlements program that was done for some of the areas like Kibra. And someone is given a flat to occupy, the government builds a flat, gets you to go and occupy it, but you have nothing to eat. You don't have any other job, and you have a mortgage to pay for that flat. So what happens? The person rents the flat, moves downstairs and becomes a landlord in some mabati structure there. You cannot control that. So you cannot blame that person. How are they going to keep the mortgage? But they want to have a house and a dwelling. But they can't afford it, but they have been given an opportunity. So we need to do these studies and see exactly how we can deal with them. Next one. Air pollution, next one. I'm just talking about the challenges before I can come to the career. So some of the problems you have to deal with are pollution, ozone depletion, you have heard of SOx, which is acid rain desertification outside of cities, global warming, which is a big issue, and a substitute for a lot of careers that we are going to discuss, energy crisis. We want to move from dirty energy to clean energy, or from dirty energy to more sustainable forms of energy. GMOs, and I don't want to discuss much that because it's a hot topic right now, but I will skip that. But the fact that we are discussing it means that it needs to be addressed. Of course, we have species loss. For those of us who are talking about biodiversity, the brown city doesn't have any species and doesn't have the requisite for mental health that we are talking about, because the species have been displaced and gone to the green ones. Of course, poverty on the other side, growth in agriculture, because agriculture, the land is tired, the soil is depleted, and we have to deal with that. Degradation of forest and groundwater, air and water issues, of course, population. Next slide. How do we address these areas? We cover like these areas, the sustainability planning. So it's to plan is the first thing. So we need planners to be able to deal with these matrix of issues that we have to address. We have to control pollution, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and that's not Kenya alone. We are dealing with the whole world with regard to that. Ecological enhancements. Dr. Sarah said that sometimes if you need good mental health, and perhaps you are staying in the brown city, let me use that word, then there is a way enhancement can be done in those areas to make sure that even the people who are living there can enjoy life. Then of course, education and awareness, and this is the most important thing. The government does that through creating what is called all the MDAs and agencies in government are required to do sustainability targets, and these have been there since 2012. So you are gauged, because sometimes if you are aware about sustainability targets, you are gauged on what aspects of the environment that you can do. Perhaps as a university, as any other institution, you take just a few items and deal with them. Universities are easier because you take perhaps education and all that. But the issues of targets and how we can gauge, the government has given the National Environment Management Authority to deal with the issues of targets for government. And under the areas that we have put there before, the 6 areas of climate change, pollution control, education and awareness, all that, you can get targets from that. Next one. I'll skip that one, the next one. Now, and this comes to now where we say about education and what we can do as Catholic University. If you plan for 1 year, the Chinese say, you plant rice, 10 years, trees, but for 100 years, you educate the people. And this is a very wise one, because then we can see that nobody wants to live for 10 years. Even if we want to live for more than 100 years, sometimes there is a generation that will come, you have your children, and you have to plan for that generation. Sustainability is about generations. You saw the definition that I skipped, that be able to meet your own needs today without compromising the capability of the next generation to meet their own needs. So you use your grid now so that your future children can get to share this expertise. So, next one. Some time back, about 2016, we launched at UNEP what is called the Kenya Green Universities Network. 70 universities in Kenya participated in that launch, and the objectives were very simple and activities that can be done. And during the launch, this is where we were able to convince vice chancellors that if you are taking a program in environmental conservation, get in touch with the network so that you can interest and involve your students in participation, in networking, early enough. Because classwork is not important. You have seen it clearly at the first presentation about what really wins. When I was here in the morning, the MC tried to get people to move forward and come forward, unsuccessfully. But the first presenter was bold enough and insisted and refused to continue to address us until we move forward. Why is that a problem? Because, and we have been told, you have to take a bold step, to participate. So if you are a student of environment or a student of any other course and you do not participate in activities for networking in your field, then there is a problem. Sometimes you are not bold enough to take a step of faith, the one we call a step of faith. So people look around and see. So universities under the Kenya Green Universities Network were able, or we hope they were, to establish networks and also involve students who are taking courses in environmental studies to be able to network and also participate in tangible activities that can also help them predict and choose career paths which they want to take. The next one. Okay, that was the launch in 2016 at UNED. The next one. There were some certain commitments that were made, and those commitments are the ones that are following what we are doing today, even in the universities and the programs that are teaching environmental studies. Next one. Next one. And I want to go directly now to next one. The next one still. Because I'm going to share this, anybody interested in this, and it has a lot of information, background information on how to. Next one, please. Now, it's not easy to go green. Why? First of all, why do we need to go green? Because resources are not infinite. They keep getting depleted as we grow in numbers. So going green is usually a tag that corporates are now using to try and market their products. In Europe, Americas, and many other places, you'll go and find, even in the supermarket, there are sections where organic foods are kept, and they are quite expensive for health purposes, and other foods that you can choose. Of course, the issues of ethics come in. I have not seen some supermarkets here also have such areas, but of course, there are standards that need to be kept to be able to identify the source of those products. But the good thing about the green movement, and all the hula baloo, some people call it about the green movement, is that as you are attempting to do that, some people get it right, and others sometimes find it expensive to invest in, just like you find the initial startup for solar energy may be expensive, but going forward, it's easy to manage. So the next one. So we have some corporates, for example, Google. Those of you who have seen who use Google, and everybody uses Google, or even if Daily Nation, for example, open, they say we started reducing our carbon footprints since 2005, since 2009, since they are already in the carbon markets trading to try and convince them. And even someone said, Sister Connie said, COVID taught us a lot. Now they are e-papers. They've even gone ahead to reduce their carbon footprints much faster than would have happened under the conventional ways of selling newspapers outside. So we have big corporates like Google, we have other corporates like HP, we have, next slide, we have other corporates who are saying, we have reduced by going this, we have done this, and we have done the next thing. The next one, next slide. One speaker talked about one-time president of the US, and he used a mention of the name, and then the guy who came after Obama. But before that, there was a guy who called himself the one-time almost president of the US, but he was also a deputy president called Al Gore. That guy did a lot for environment. But what is the big issue in America today is sustainability and also the issue of clean energy. Because America has lots of oil reserves buried under the ground, but now what we are seeing is that in future, and you have already heard people saying that the future wars will not be about oil, they will be about water. What about those who have their oil underground? So you can see why the president I'm talking about, who I didn't want to name, was insisting that the Paris Convention and all the climate change conventions are a pile of bull because they need to export their resources before they become redundant. So the next one. So when we go to careers, go to the slide above. Go back. Yeah. As students and parents, when our sons and daughters graduate in 4th grade, Form 4, we start discussing how many points do you get? What was your marks? How much did you get in physics, maths? How much did you get in history, Swahili, and English, and all that? Because I want you to be a lawyer. I want you to be a doctor. We have this mentality about what we need to do in life. We don't have enough guidance because parents are not useful sometimes. Therefore, we are pushed into careers that do not benefit us. In my experience, I've seen people who come for a job. The job says, we want all the requirements is a diploma. So mtu anakuja anatoa diploma, mnamwandika kazi. Kesho, or kesho kutwa, after 1 year, you advertise a position or you say there are promotions. Somebody came with a certificate in something, but analeta as a degree, but in a different thing. The career path you have taken in the place of employment says you start with a diploma in this thing. If you have a degree in the same, you progress. But this person at some stage, because of the hurry that Honorable Nyango talked about, decided this diploma is not helping me. I've been told people are getting jobs in this. So you shift from a diploma in this to a degree in the next. And then your problem starts. In the end, you have a PhD, but you have different things altogether. And then you start moving from this to this to this, it becomes very confusing. So sometimes it's important to not have a straight coat or a straight jacket to fit in, but keep your mind open, listen, get guidance, and use it to create a career path. The next one. Next one. Next one. Okay. The one above. I'll spend a little bit of time on this. So I'll just go the traditional way because I'm also a teacher, a university teacher. In environment disciplines, we have all the courses on this side. Maths, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, computer science, GIS, remote sensing. On this side, we have some of the majors which you can major in. And you can see clearly that there are 30 plus, in fact there are more than 50 of those in environment. And therefore, it is difficult for people to understand why you have all those options, yet we are saying there are no jobs around. And an environment expert is not a jack of all trades. It doesn't mean that because the field is filled with careers, you cannot be jobless. The issue of focus is very important. Because if you have so many things to do, you can only do none of them well. Isn't it? Therefore, focus is important with all those careers. The next one. The next one. The following careers, go back. The following careers have been developed, and quite well. If you are in environment, you can be an academic or a research scientist in environment. You can be in environment, health and safety, OHS, WHS, manager in industries. The specific subjects you take out of the cluster of subjects and the majors are what defines what you can be. You can even join the traditional ones. I started in Kenya Wildlife Service as an officer on the ground. You can go to fisheries department, you can go to forest or become a conservationist. But those are really like the ones who are talking about street jackets. They are not available. The recruitments are not there all the time. And that is the time you are saying, do you know so and so and all these kind of things. So maybe that is not for everybody. But there are community conservancies in all the areas of Kenya. Places where we have arid lands, the sustainability aspect has moved people from farming or these other conservative and methods of rearing livestock to diversifying in ecotourism and conservancies where grazing, pasture management, and all these go hand in hand, ecotourism and other ventures. In waste management, we have talked about the issues of waste management, recycling, and this is where you can do startups. I'm going to be talking about what this is all about. There are many ways you can be a consultant. If you just go to the website for jobs at World Bank, a third of them are in environment. Because the issue, there is no World Bank project which can start without environmental advisory. So they are all there. And therefore, don't think about this when you are building your career path. You need to start early because some of these things require different levels of education. So you have governments which are doing that, financial institutions, etc. EIA consultants. Right now, you don't have to have done environment. EIA is environment impact assessment for any project to start in Kenya. 50% or 60% of the work is social, or the exploration is social. So this is an area which is open, and you can be lead or associate or even intern. Environmental economists, a lot of financial institutions, even in economics. If you have done just economics alone and you want to grow, then you have to have either experience in the environment sector or some studies in the environment. Water quality scientists, researchers, data managers, environmental reporting. There are some guys who have made a niche in just reporting environmental issues, disasters, etc. Then, of course, online consultants, you've heard about that. Bloggers is blogging, and this is things you can start even before you graduate. Monitoring and evaluation, this is a very big area in projects management. Restoration ecologists, when you do like the SDR, the expressway, the restoration that follows, you can see a lot of guesswork on the expressway, isn't it? And sometimes they will plant these, they will dry, they will try the next, they will dry, they will try. Restoration ecology is a subject on its own, and it's an area that you can build a niche on. Even landscape ecology, without any guesswork. And of course, geologists. Next. Next. Emerging careers. The ones I've seen are the ones which are established. Waste reduction specialists, environmental information and GIS. Currently, many areas in environment, if you haven't done GIS, you are disadvantaged. And also if you are doing art sciences. So geographic information system is an important additive to careers in environment. Of course, you can be a tour tracker in environmental manager. I showed you about the KEFS, KWS, fisheries and all that. You can be a renewable energy expert, climate change researcher, policy integration specialist, smart growth, urban planner. The urban planning in Nairobi is not the old planning where people in architecture would sit down, or architecture planning of old days, and plan on areas. A lot of it is dwelling so much on smart planning with regards to environment and green spaces and all that. Then of course, we have also others who raise funds, community organizers. We call them rainmakers or deal makers. Have you ever met people like, when I was in NEMA, there are people who don't do anything, they'll come and want to know where the EIAs are being done. And they'll say they do EIAs, but they'll find other people who are also doing EIAs. So these deals are there in government and many other areas There is nowhere you will not find somebody who occupies a space. Even in farming. I come from a place where you grow vegetables, you sell a gunia at 200 shillings, and when it gets to Marikiti, it is 1,000 shillings. And the broker is taking 400, and they are not the ones who are farming. So those ones are there, and they are a space, and they are employable, just like bloggers. And then, of course, there are health specialists, environmental lawyers, we have environment officers, the mainstream ones, lobbyists, and activists. These ones are a special brand. Sometimes you laugh and say, I wonder how these people get all this time. They sit around, they picket, they hold placards, they sit on the tarmac, they do all this. Where do they eat? My friend, these people eat more than you do. Because special interest groups outside Kenya, with interest in the areas that they are lobbying, give them funds to be able to lobby. And this is a big area in the environment. So if you, and this is something you don't need any expertise in, you just need to be able to have mobilization skills. And those ones basically, it's not something you learn in the university, it's something you learn as you grow at the networks. Who do you need to call to be able to organize that lobbying, wherever? And I can tell you from my experience. And then effluent treatment plant managers, landscape managers, environmental toxicologists, that's what I am. Next slide. So I'll give you an example. When you see people lobbying outside parliament with pigs and pouring a lot of blood, blood comes from animals. If you are not a farmer, you are not going to be able to get blood. You have to buy. And if you are a farmer, I don't think you are going to slaughter your animals and go pour blood outside parliament. No, these are people who are heavily funded. And these are areas. And these are not areas which are mean to work in, because they are well funded, and it's a contribution to society. You have to guide what is right, and it is be done. Next one. Now, some of the other new areas are modeling. We have heard about noise. There are some people who just sit at desktop. If you're a modeler, you just learn modeling, and you can model noise, because if you do an EIA and somebody has a church here, they are making out of noise, they are dancing in the night. There are people 2 kilometers away who are complaining about noise, and people 100 meters who say they are not disturbed. How is that? So we have experts who model that and show how it is true that people 200 meters away may not be disturbed, but 2 kilometers away may be disturbed. So we have information systems on environment, energy efficiency, building efficiency, solar installations, wind farms. All these need models. And sometimes to be able to convince funders, then these are areas, if you can do stuff like that, then it's good. And our young men and women, given time, they can do all these modeling. You are making cartoons, I don't want to use that word and say, you have heard the people who just sit. I saw another cartoon on WhatsApp. People are carrying guns to go and break into a bank. Then they are told, we are sorry. The door is open and they are wondering, how come we cannot go inside? And they are told, this bank was robbed 2 hours ago electronically. What do I mean? That technology has taken us where we can go to do. It's not about technology using it for the wrong reasons. It means that given time and opportunity, young men and women can sit and solve our problems through models and then show us exactly how this can be done. Next one, and I'm completing now. Now, technician careers, we have so many laboratories. Some of them are private, others are government. We also have chemists. For example, in some of the institutions like Cambridge, NEMA, and all others that do research at the same time as our authorities, they need evidence, and they have a lot of labs. And to be able to do that, they don't just choose a chemist who has no idea about how to collect samples of water from the river and who has no experience in field activities. Ecotourism manager, we talked about that. That debates a bit, but we talked about conservancies, rangers, environmental interpreters, tour guides, field assistants. Those sometimes are jobs which are available to us. Sampling technicians, organic farm owners and technicians, data entry clerks. This one I differ a bit, but you can do that if you are in an environment, because if I'm giving you work to enter data about a certain phenomenon, I'm going to choose somebody to enter data. So many people can enter data, but if it's in an environment, I'll need a person who understands some of the variables that I'm dealing with. So I'm not going to go for a student who did, for example, medicine or anything like that, but they would like now to come and do data entry. I'll look for somebody who understands. If I tell them what this variable means, then they know how it relates to the other one, and it gives me less work. Program assistance, these program issues are many for it, and then of course interns. Next one. Now, if you want to be a scientist or an academic, of course, PhD is a must. And sometimes, if you want to teach in university, we have still people who have masters and all that and are teaching, but they are anticipating and working towards getting PhD. But in research, usually PhD is a requirement. Of course, if you want to work, now there are so many jobs in the counties for environmental experts and all that. Executives, even in committees of environment, they still require people who have done degrees in environment or even diplomas. For industry, if it's engineers, environmental engineers, first degree is sufficient. And I said before down there, even for startups, if you want to start your own company, sometimes you say the first degree, this guy just teaches you on how to be smart about doing things. So for startups, a BSc is adequate. But for many other jobs which are employed, then it becomes still go back, just stay where you are. So sometimes also for consultancy, if you want to start a consultant, you can't start a consultant if you don't have a first degree or a master's degree. Out of consultants are people who are consulting in the field, you know. So if you are trying to be, because I've seen some people who want to start consultancies when they have diplomas and all that, not a problem. You can still do it if you are smart enough, and even employ people with PhDs, you have seen that. All you need is to know what you want and who can do that. So that's very important. But also important to you is the last bullet. If you want to move out of Kenya or regionally, and we had Honorable Nyango talking here, but for him to be able to cover areas which are francophone speaking, then you need a bilingual speaker. And therefore, when you are given choices in school, or you have your children who are doing choices in school, by all means, try as much as possible to be a step ahead by taking an additional language. Okay? Good. The next one. So, again, what else do you need? The first thing is that you might be able to work in teamwork, so you are adaptable. And remember, I said the first thing is believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody is going to believe in you. You cannot even convince people about what you can do. I was talking about taking a step of faith. People look at each other and say, who moves first? I've seen that done by some other beings. Independent work, sometimes you say, do you need supervision all the time? You can be very good. If you need to be supervised, nobody is going to hire you. Decision making depends on the level of the job. Field work demands. In environment, most of the jobs are outdoor. You have to do a bit of field work, you have to do these other things, and then come back in the field and collect what you have got in the field. So you have to be able to do that. Sometimes extensive travel outside where you work, fast judgments, self-confidence, of course, meeting deadlines. Sister Connie talked about transnighting. Kuna watu wanagojea, you have a report to do. You cannot do it if the deadline is midnight, then 11:59. Tick, an email has come through. You are waiting until the last minute. Even when a job is applied, let me give you a tip. These jobs are taken on rolling basis. So if people apply today, 10 people, and they go through the CV and find that who are already qualified, they will call an interview. You will wait for the deadline. And submitting, already recruitment has been done. Adaptation to work environment, Sister Connie talked about that. Strong scientific inference and critical and analytical thinking. The last slide now. Next. I've given some of the institutions in Kenya that are dealing with environmental management and research and all that. So I'll keep that list. They are there. Next. I've given some of the universities that have a strength in environmental education and research. So if you have not given them to Kenya because here you have choices and you can take. But if you want to go for masters or PhD, you can choose from them. I don't want to start analyzing Kenyan universities and get into problems with some sectors. But I think between you, you know which ones are good in environment. Next. Some NGOs where you can look for a job or go and picket and do all that. The next one. So, Kenya has done well. The academy has prepared us. We've done well with the curriculum. I don't think right now in the curriculum, when we were starting the school, I was the founding dean of school in Karatina. It was very difficult to create a curriculum because of the demands. At the time, the Ministry of Education would say, we want to see HIV and AIDS in the curriculum. We want to see the courses in IHRD, which were like, I forget what they were, about social whatever, put in the curriculum for environment. We want to see computer science, put in the curriculum. We want to see, it was very difficult. But by now, we don't usually have, and by the way, this time you would have seen, the way we were doing that time, you would see, if there is an environmental challenge like climate change and all that, it is also in the curriculum. So you put it there. Therefore, the conclusion is, the last slide, trainers and industry need to speak to each other about this. We need more of these career guidelines for students because the curriculum, you know, sometimes you say half-baked students, the student has no problem. The teacher has no problem, the curriculum has no problem, but we just don't have this connection between the environment, either to get a job or create a job, and the education that you have got. But you can see it's a complex, a matter of many complex issues that have to come together, but we have to speak to each other so that we can help one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Professor. That was a nice one. Mpigeni makofi. Mpigeni Professor makofi. For students, you'll agree with us that it is something very common with professors. If they step into the lecture halls, ninja pita watoa. Sindio? Thank you so much. We are proceeding well, eh? Kama uko sawa, hebu simama kidogo. Simama tu kidogo, simama tu kidogo. Simama kidogo stretch. Umekaa sana bwana. Hao yamekaa simama kidogo stretch. Salimia mtu, mpe high five, pea mtu high five, pea mtu high five, pea mtu high five. Pea mtu high five. High five. We are proceeding very well now on that juncture. Because of time, we are going to restrict our next speakers. Na tutakuwa chonjo sana kwa macho. Tunawekea timer. Ukipita, tunajua tunatafanya na wewe. Ni profesa pekee yake tumempea nafasi ya piti. Hao wengine mkipita, tadili na nyinyi. We are going to have wakili Dr. Nyaramba Gishuki, an advocate, and as you all know that the law is very clear. Hakuna maneno mengine hapo. So he will make it as brief as possible and more clear. Yeah. As wakili steps forward, we are going to award Professor Geoffrey for that inspiring presentation, and I will request Deputy Dean and the Deputy Secretary General of this institution to step forward and help us award Professor Geoffrey Wahungu for that great inspiring presentation. Mpigeni makofi. Mpigeni Deputy Dean makofi. Tunaona amevaa kitenge, ana promote local manufacturers, si ndio? Mpigeni makofi. Songa karibu. Mpigeni Professor makofi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Wakili Dr. Nyaramba Gishuki. Pigeni Wakili makofi bwana. As he comes in, he wants to confirm to us that indeed the law is very clear. Wakili, is the law clear? Tutajua. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Now, I do not intend to have a presentation like this, so that you can be very keen listening to me. Now, my name is Nyaramba Gishuki. I am a partner in a law firm called Wanyaga and Nyaramba Advocates. I also teach law at the University of Nairobi, where I also head postgraduate studies at the Faculty of Law. Therefore, every other day I interact with students. So now, I want to start with a question. How many of us here are taking a course in this university because your parent told you to? I know you are there. Those who took a course because it's your parent who chose it for you. Now 60% of you are liars. Because I know that is research shows that at least 60% of students in the Kenyan universities today choose the course their parents actually tell them to. Now I want to give a story. 36 or so years ago, I say 36, my father sat me down and told me that he wanted me to be a lawyer 36 years ago when I was in primary school. And I had not thought about it at all. But I said yes. And when I said yes, I meant it. Because my father knew it. He is a person who knew what was good for me. And I said yes. About 10 years later, I graduated with my Bachelor of Laws degree. Because my father had told me to. And I did it because he said it. About 10 years after that, I was already teaching law at the university. So that my father had not said. What he had told me to do was to become a lawyer. Now, I usually give this story to say that it's okay if your parent chose your career for you. It's okay. Why I say that again is because I have had experience of students complaining that I do not like this course. Were it not for my parents, I wouldn't have taken this course. And as a result, come around second year and third year, you find a student who is not really keen on completing the degree course that they took because they blame their parents. Indeed, Many years ago, around 2008, I taught at the Faculty of Law here in 2008, 2009. And one of my best students here then told me exactly that the only reason why I'm taking law is because my parents, she was saying my father told me to do so. And she was a very disappointed girl that this is not what she wanted to do. And then I asked her, what is it that you want to do? What is it that you think is good for you? And she said that for me, I think I'm into interior design. And that is what I intend to do. So immediately I finish my law degree, I'm going to get a course in interior design. Of course, after I've given my dad his degree certificate. And then after that, I will become an interior designer. So we agreed with her that do that, finish your degree, then give your dad his degree certificate. Then come, I will tell you that we have courses in interior design, and you can take a course in the interior design. Now, to cut the long story short, that lady is now a very successful lawyer. She didn't even proceed to interior design at all. Actually, after some time, after she finished here, she came to my law firm for an internship. After that, she joined Kenya School of Law. We lost touch a bit. After about 5-6 years, when we met again, she was very happy that actually she was a lawyer. And indeed, today, she is very happy that that is what she is doing. And therefore, again, just to say that it isn't long for a parent to choose a career for you. And parents do that for two reasons. Number one, either they know you very well, and therefore they know what is good for you, or they want you to be what they couldn't become. And therefore they want to achieve their dreams through you. And neither is bad, really. And indeed, there are some who have both, that they have seen the qualities in you and they also want to achieve that dream. And neither is bad. And therefore, what I'm trying to say is this, and I'm saying this out of experience. Please, even if at some point in time you feel that the course you are taking is not what you wanted to take, please complete that. So that now, after that, make whatever decision you can make. Because I've seen that later on in life, after one realizes that this is what I really intended to do. And therefore, that is very important, that we can start something and finish and then move on to something else. I've seen people even change careers very late in life, and therefore it is important that you do not be in a hurry or to make hasty decisions about things that you thought that were not good for you, and then you start changing and all that. I'm not saying that one shouldn't change a course. It's important for you to make a decision about what is good for you. But then make them as informed decisions. Let them be informed decisions. Now, I want to talk briefly about the legal profession. Now, the legal profession is one profession that we say that is you actually get to do almost everything in this world, depending on the path you take. And that is the reason why, for example, lawyers are called learned friends, because they are expected to know something about everything. That is to say that if you go to a lawyer about a case on, for example, medical negligence, he is expected to understand and to know and to represent you. If you go to a lawyer about a case on involving ICT, he is supposed to understand and advise you. If you go to a lawyer on matters of engineering, anything, he is expected to read, understand, and advise you. And therefore, it is something that we say that one is expected to have a wide knowledge of ideas, of information, someone who reads daily, someone who is expected to have an open mind, to be able to understand and appreciate new things every other day. So now, the legal profession is one whereby you are supposed, of course, to do the degree and then of course, do the what we call the postgraduate studies at the Kenya School of Law, with a view now to being able to represent clients in court. But then, the legal profession is not just what we see happening in courts. Indeed, almost every living being, if you live a meaningful life, you will need a lawyer in your life. Once in your lifetime, you need a lawyer. And even if you avoid lawyers, however much, in death, they will have to follow you. Why they will follow you is because, and again, remember, the key word is you live a meaningful life. So once you die, they still come trying to manage your estate, about to see who gets what part of your estate. And therefore, lawyers are necessary in everything that we do. And that is why in everything that you eventually get to do the career paths that we take, we should always think about it this way, that to protect even our interests and whatever we know and what we do as whatever professionals we are, there are certain things that we know that the legal profession can assist us in. For example, if to say you are an artist, you see there are things that you do that we say are copyrightable. You are a musician, you are such a person, then in fact that actually you need legal advice from a lawyer so that you can be able to protect whatever you have. Again, if you are in business, you need to protect your trademarks, your business ideas, and so on. So the lawyer will be important, and therefore he will assist you in that. If again, even if you are an inventor and innovator, you need someone. You need a lawyer to assist you in advising you on how to register businesses, what sort of businesses you are going to register, and so on. And therefore, it is important that even as we take whatever career paths and whatever professions that we take, it is important to understand that indeed the law is never clear, so that we can know that we need someone to interpret for us to know what it is we need to do at every other step. Because most people go to lawyers when it is a bit late, because we only assume that you need a lawyer when you are going to court. That is not so indeed. That is now the wrong time to go to a lawyer, because it means that perhaps you should have seen a lawyer before that. So now the legal profession is such that there are so many areas of specialization in the legal profession, and that's why we hear people talk about criminal lawyers who represent criminals. There are people who you hear they are into litigation, what we call civil litigation, and dispute between one person and the other. But that is just a little bit of what the legal profession is about. Indeed, most of the work lawyers do is done in the offices, because it is all about contracts, it's all about transactions, it's all about agreements, it's all about even just giving legal opinions about someone doing something and so on. And indeed, that is the bulk of legal work. And that's why we are saying, even if you are in business, you are in trade, you are in commerce, you need lawyers to be able to do your business within the limits of the law, and to be able to understand what you are supposed to do. Indeed, today we say that lawyers are not just lawyers dealing in dispute resolution. You need lawyers for legal strategies. You see, you need strategies in your business that will assist you to get to the next level. And that's why we are saying that the future for lawyers, especially young lawyers today, is that there are so many openings about lawyers and what lawyers can do, that it is important that indeed young lawyers today get to understand and appreciate the legal profession in a new way. Because the legal profession we have today is one that is moving more away from the traditional areas of business. Today we are talking about lawyers dealing with matters of data protection. And therefore we need lawyers who, for example, will deal with those matters. Today we are dealing with lawyers, talking about lawyers dealing with matters such as intellectual property. So we need lawyers going to those directions. We need lawyers dealing with matters of restructuring of companies and businesses. We need young lawyers thinking about such new things, so that we do not just have that lawyer either who just knows how to go to court, file a case, defend a case, and so on, or that lawyer who just knows how to to prepare conveyancing documents so that he can transfer a piece of land from person A to person B. And therefore, the future of the legal profession is such that it requires innovative ways of doing business. It is not the time whereby many years back, we would say that the lawyer cannot even tell others, the public what he does. There is a time whereby we used to have very strict rules on advertising so that lawyers cannot even tell the public what they do. Now today, whereas we have not opened up fully, but it is easier, you can be able to let the world know that I offer these services. And therefore, it is possible that you can even come up with new ways of doing business, of giving strategies to businesses and so on, and then you can be able to let the world know that that is what you do. And therefore, again, what I'm just trying to say is that we open up, or we should be able to have lawyers who are coming up with new ways of doing business. Now, again, also, if one is not in the legal profession, today we have seen lawyers, and I was not told the time that I have. But what time do I have? Yeah. Now, I'll use as much time as I want because I have not been told. Now, so indeed I was asking that so that I can conclude so that we don't take much time. Now, so what I wanted to say is this. A person may be interested in the legal profession, but then you may find that you actually didn't take a law degree. Of course, there are two ways to go around it. I've seen people who take the legal profession very late in life. Indeed, in my Bachelor of Laws class, I have seen a person who is 70 years old come to study for Bachelor of Laws, and he complete and he become lawyers and he become advocates. I've seen them. I've seen people who are in many careers, other careers come to become lawyers. I've taught a person who is a medical doctor who wants to become a lawyer. I've taught someone who is an accountant. All those people, you come to become lawyers as a lawyer. So that is one alternative. One can become a lawyer at whatever stage in life. But number two, there are many other professionals today who work with lawyers, and indeed they do as much work as, they enroll sometimes even more than lawyers. For example, nowadays there is this drive towards multidisciplinary work, whereby you find a person who is a tax expert, a tax consultant, an accountant, working in the legal in a law firm to advise clients on matters of tax. And then the law firms are doing that a lot. You'll find today someone who is not a lawyer, who is an arbitrator, who wants to now be assisting in the adjudication and arbitration of disputes and so on. And that person may even be an engineer, because most arbitration, especially when we talk about construction projects, engineers, quantity surveyors, and such people are the ones who are involved a lot. And therefore, you may find that you may not be a lawyer, strictly speaking, but indeed the route you want to take is one whereby you try to do work that is related to one. And I'm saying that there are opportunities that are basically unlimited. And therefore, it is possible for one to actually take up and decide what you want to do. It is never too late to actually choose a career. What my advice is, at the point a person enters a career, early life, then that is what determines your future. Because if you start a career without direction, then sometimes we may never get direction. And therefore, my advice usually is that if you want to go far in the rest of your career, do it or start with a certain plan. You see, you have to plan and decide that this is what I want to do, and then see how you can do that or do whatever you want in a number of years, 3, 5 years, and so on. Now, you can be able to have a long-term plan. Perhaps you can tell yourself where you want to be in 20 years' time. But then, even as you do that, you can have 3-year goals or 5-year goals that you take in there. Because if you do not have such a plan, you just find yourself existing and doing nothing much at the end of it all. And therefore, it is important to have a plan. Now, I want to stop there because I'm being told that I have, my time is up. And I hope to have some longer engagement in the future. Thank you very much.
Klapu wakili. Wakili anasema tunampea pressure kwamba time yake imeisha, lakini I'm happy that he has made it clear that indeed the law is clear. Wakili, I wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't want to be a lawyer until my village admins decided otherwise. Anyway, let's proceed. We are proceeding very well, and we are moving forward to have a session on the business talk. I believe we are on time, and soon enough we'll be biting something. You know, Congress, hakuna kuinama leo. So allow me at this point to invite Mr. Philip Pande, who is also a lead mentor and a certified trainer with the corporate career, to come on board and give us something about the business world and matters business. But before then, we are going to award Wakili Dr. Njaramba Yeshuk for that great presentation on matters law. I therefore invite Wakili Esther Mushiri, wherever she is, to just step forward and help us award Wakili Njaramba. Wakili Njaramba, begin makofi. Pigeni wakili makofi. Pigeni learned friends makofi. Asante. Pigeni Mr. Philip Pande makofi. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Ken. Tupigie pia Ken makofi. Na mjipigie makofi pia. I think you really deserve a better clap because you guys have been very patient since morning. So another round of applause to yourself. Because you've honored us by sitting here all that while, I'm not going to take much time. So I want to do three things. One is to introduce a guest who joined us with his students. His name is Sylvester Oloch. Allow me to give him 1 minute of my time, and then I'll proceed. Sylvester, please. Tupigie makofi pia. Thank you, Sylvester.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you have heard, my name is Sylvester Oloch. Professionally, I'm a user interface designer, and I'm currently training with Nairobi Trust as a digital literacy program trainer. My organization, or Nairobi Trust, is a not-for-profit organization based in Nairobi, but we are having branches in Kisumu and Mombasa. What we do, we basically empower or leverage on technology to empower the underserved youth from the informal settlements within Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. We are doing this through a program called Innovation in Tech, which is headed by one Martin Migagu. This is a program that introduces our youth to the fundamentals of digital world that include graphic design and branding, digital marketing, online work, website design, and programming. We also have a department called labor integration, which ensures that all our students are integrated into the job market. And we are doing this with a big team, youthful, and who are full of passion on what they are doing. So that's all about Nairobi that I can say today, because the time wasn't mine today. Thank you. Okay, I came here with my, a representation of my students. Maybe wherever you are, you can just stand and wave. Thank you.
Asante sana Sylvester, tupigie makofi tena. So, Sylvester is dealing with the forgotten bottom millions. I know when we come to the university, we come because we are qualified to do a degree or a diploma and sometimes a certificate. But the Nairobi program does not require you to have any form of education. Sylvester, does it require you? It does not require you to have any form of education, but it requires you to have passion, ability to handle a computer, and be able to navigate the journey of coding and learning 21st century skills that can get you out of poverty, that can get you out of the situation of joblessness, and that can give you real-time income. And that's really what I'm here to talk about. But before I do that, allow me to do the second activity. I am requesting for 2 volunteers. One in their final year, a student in a final year. A volunteer student in the final year. Chairman, President Waker. Somebody else. A volunteer student at the final year. Please come forward. Just so this, and I need a gent, a volunteer student in the final year. Please. Hapa kuna moto, watu wachomwe hapa. There have been so many speakers who've gone through this. Thank you very much. Clap for them as they come. Thank you. So as he joins us on the podium, I wanted to request you, because you volunteered, to tell us in a minute what your life is going to look like immediately you graduate from this institution. And you have the pleasure to introduce yourself, tell us the course you're doing, then proceed to that.
My name is Angela Moraki Bagembi, finalist Faculty of Law at Catholic University. So what my life will be after graduation, basically 1, I want to get into my paralegal service for 2 years. 2, join Kenya School of Law for my postgraduate studies. And 3, God willing, join a law firm to start my practice.
Wow. Clear and precise. And let me just ask another question, which of course the rest will also tell us. What is your entry-level earnings that you're looking for per month?
To start with, I'm looking at anything at an average of 60 and 70,000 shillings a month.
Asante sana. In the order that you came. Thank you very much. I will allow you to take back your seat, and thanks for volunteering that information.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Yael. I'm a finalist at the Faculty of Law. I'm also the chair of the mental health chapter in the CUEA law firm. After graduating, I would like to run my own business. And I would also like to join Kenya School of Law, but not immediately. I'm looking at a salary of 150,000.
Thank you very much for being my coffee. And you, my brother.
Hello. My name is Kibla Gatabedi, or Bednego, finalist in the field of Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, taking international relations. The question was, what will my life look like exactly after finishing this career I'm pursuing? What will my life look like? Or do you think it will be bright? Yes. And self-employed. I'm also I'm a politician. So I'll join politics. I'll be my ward MCA. Yes, start down and go up. Yeah, you can't just start taking. I would like to be a president of this nation one time. So that's what I'm like. And being a president, that is $1 million per month, right? Yeah. So now that being an MCA. Start from 150 to 50. Thank you.
So, Mr. Panda, before we proceed, the volunteers have been actually rewarded. Michael, come. That's right. There's a token for volunteers. So next time, we'll get volunteers up. Now, we'll go down and make up.
Hope that I'm going to call another set of volunteers.
So we have flashes here.
And because they were my guests, I want to have the honor of awarding them. Thank you.
Piga picha na mupige makofi. Ndio ukikuja hapa ile washinda mpige makofi. Piga makofi tena. Zidi kupiga makofi. So those awards, those flashes are from IBM, given by Mr. Justus Matogo, just right there. You can just wave. I believe if time allows, he will say something. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now that's my second activity. I got a third one to award. So my fourth is going to be a very brief discussion with you guys. That's why I'm not putting up a presentation. So like it was mentioned, my name is Philip Pandey. I'm a director of the Corporate Career Academy and the lead mentor. I'm a certified trainer. I work with young people. I volunteer, I mentor, I support courses that benefit young people and people that are making their path towards the top. I am also a volunteer at the Asian Foundation. I'm a volunteer mentor at the Forgotten Bottom Millions, 4PM. So on a full time, I do what I'm doing today, which is basically to interact with people and see if we could make a difference. But the difference in changing perceptions and perspectives, like Michael was trying when he came in as a chief guest, and to create the difference that most of the speakers have tried to do by sharing information, by volunteering knowledge, and helping us navigate this journey as we walk. I know we have a mix of audience, people who could be probably working. I can see people from my faith, the Catholic nuns, that were became a coffee by the way. And not through them we have a representation of the whole of Africa, because the Catholic University is global, right? Thank you. So I asked the 3 students to come up front to share with us their expectations after school, which is a discussion that most of you are having internally. And if you've not started having that discussion with yourself, you're not having a committee within yourself at night and during the day outside class, then you will end up back at the village or at the same spot where you came from. Why am I saying so? But while education is an equalizer, it creates opportunity and it allows us to get those good careers. The fact is, not everyone of us sitting here today is going to be employed after school. True or false? True or false? Who is ready not to be employed? Yuko pale, Mheshimiwa, self-employment, so he's not ready to be employed. Who is not ready to be employed? Who is not looking for a job? Who is looking for a job? Who is looking for a job? So normally we come with some of our CV writers and JCVs normally help our students in CV writing. And sometimes students get jobs in an event such as the one that we're having today. Unfortunately, today we don't want to give somebody a job, but we want to help you begin a process of creating your own job. And this is how. This year alone,
we're going to have at least 500,000 people graduating from Kenyan universities looking for less than 5,000 government jobs. At the end of this year, we will have yet another 1 million or so unemployed young people joining the labor market from all manner of spaces. High school, dropping out of primary school, dropping out of colleges, of graduating with their degrees and so forth. And the reality is, this is more than the scrabble and partition for Africa. It is the survival for the fittest and sometimes for the smartest in the industry. But in the class of law that you're going to graduate in 2023, perhaps only 5 will be able to have their own independent practice, or only 10 or 10% of the class will get employed. And by the way, it takes an average of 6 years for a fresh graduate to get employed or absorbed in the job market. Miaka ngapi? 6. And the entry-level salary for a graduate with a degree in Kenya today is marked at 40,000. Okay? That was 60, 70, that was 150. Alafu ingine ilikuwa ngapi? Ingine ilikuwa ngapi? So the reality is the salaries and the opportunities that we are looking for are really not there unless we want to create them ourselves. And when you think like a politician or like an entrepreneur, you're better off than like a professional. Some of you are smiling. I'll repeat that. When you think like a politician and an entrepreneur, you're better off than a professional. Because all professionals are rushing to be employed. To teach at CUEA, to teach at Chuka, to teach at the University of Nairobi, to be employed in a law firm, to be employed by a bank, a school, whatever space. But politicians are daring to get through the proverbial, the eye of the needle. You all know that there is only one MCA seat in your village, but there are 30 aspirants, all hoping that they could win. But one of them ultimately will win and they'll get employed. As an entrepreneur, you're thinking that, yes, I could make losses, and as a startup, there is a difficult business environment, there is limited access to capital, but I have an opportunity, a window of opportunity to try and create something for myself. So I've spent half of my life post-graduation working for myself, and I think more than half, because I was only employed for about 3 years and the rest 5 has been out of my own work. And sometimes I think that if I started working for myself immediately, I would have been better off. So Corporate Career Academy is one of our creation through Livingstone, my colleague, and other directors that we work with. And this is our full-time job. Mentoring and working with other people, training, capacity building, and earning a living out of that. So it's possible. Because what I'm doing here today is not rocket science. What the other speakers have been doing here is not rocket science. It is sharing experiences and sharing opportunities, a wealth of experience that we gain out of practice. And you could begin doing that for yourself. So today my challenge here is not to ask you to start a business. Again, it's not to ask you to get employed, but to help you process the fact that there is a narrow door and a small window of opportunity for just the few that will dare differently, the few that will be unique in their thoughts, the few that are going to be more consistent, more networked in terms of sharing their space and talking to others, more inquisitive, and people that are going to be willing to learn an extra skill outside what you've done in your sociology, in your economics, in your law. Because that is what the job market is appreciating, and that is what is selling out there. So begin looking at yourself as the possible millions that are not going to get jobs after successful graduation from CUEA. And process within yourself what could occupy your time and space. If you look at the community you come from, what's missing? What's the current affair? Is it in climate change? Is it on advocacy on youth and women? As a social scientist, you must not be employed by an NGO. You can start a CBO. As a sociologist, you can begin a small outfit of a youth network in your community and begin lobbying and create employment and engagement and create a volunteering network for those who are looking to get skills on advocacy, on training, on community mobilization, on community development, and such like practices. Because it is so limited that there is not even space for internships. How many have ever struggled looking for an opportunity to get internship? Internship, attachments, they are never ready, they are never available. And so creating more of grassroots organizations and networks and organizations that have not existed before are going to help us to solve the crisis of limited spaces for employment and to absorb the labor that is coming to the job market. And some of us have also underrated the power of volunteerism. We want to get out and in. Jump out of CUEA and get into an organization that begins paying immediately. It's never the case. So when somebody asks you that, yes, we have an opportunity, but only for volunteer. Don't ask how much are you paying the volunteer. Start by fitting and filling that gap. And at some point you can begin negotiating for stipend, for your transport, for your meals. And before you know it, if you are the right mix and you have the right attitude and skills, then you could get that job. Finally, Michael mentioned here that everybody is narrating the power of social media, social platforms, WhatsApp groups. By the way, for 4BM we only share information through WhatsApp groups, nothing else. So you see a link that is asking for people to apply for scholarship opportunities, but you don't think that it's real. Unakuuliza ni real? Ni apply unisukumie. Hakuna kusukumiana. Sometimes just go online, outside TikTok and outside YouTube, and look for opportunities that you're looking for. Anything that you want, be it in medicine, be it in youth empowerment, be it in training, be it in development, be it in entrepreneurship, you will always get an opportunity. And by the way, whenever you see a job advert, whether by your corrupt county government, or your corrupt national government, or by the people you trust least, just throw in your application. You might be the lucky one. Why am I saying so? One time, the National Youth Council advertised for the role of, I think they wanted 3 ambassadors, youth ambassadors. And they advertised that through their social media channels, especially Twitter and Facebook, in Kenya. Do you know how many people applied? How many? A guess, a wild guess from anywhere? This side? The first guess? 5? 5 to 10 people. Applicants. Thank you. Second one? Second guess?
Two people? 3 people? I mean, we are talking about Kenya. Why would 3 or 2 people apply for a position? Out of the, how many youths do we have? 79% of our population is below the age of 35, at least. Why would we only have 2 applicants? The sad story is there were actually only 3 applicants for the 3 positions. Moral of the story, it can just be your lucky day. Don't look for God further. Thank you. See you another time. Like I mentioned, I do not want to take much of your time. At the Corporate Career Academy, we do many things. One of them being mentorship, the other being training, the third one being linking academia and industry, which is what we are doing today. This event was co-organized by the Corporate Career Academy and your institution, of course, through Sister's office. So we hope that you will find value in today's engagement. We will be able to provide certificates for everybody that has attended. Please use the link, and if I may ask my colleague to just bring up the link. But before that, just bring back this, the one on contacts. If you need to get in touch with us, there is a WhatsApp number. There is an email address, skills@corporatecareeracademy.com. If you need to make a career choice, by the way, for yourselves, for people who have done high school, for people who are looking to switch their career midstream, then you can also write to the Corporate Career Academy. Give us a call, send us a WhatsApp, then you can get that done. And we'll be able to provide you with feedback that is about 19 pages about your personality, about your skills, strengths, attitudes, and basically discuss and interpret that with you. Then we have a website. You can look at www.corporatecareeracademy.com and get in touch with us. So finally, please bring up this the slide on registration. Ensure that you register so that you have a certificate from this event. That will be your only certificate from an event at CUEA. True? True? Kuna mtu ajaye kuja kwa event na naenda in 2 months. So that could be a good certificate for you. It's a professional certificate. Once it's sent to you, it will be a soft copy. Please share it on your social media. It will be having a LinkedIn option and other social media links. And when you share, please tag Corporate Career Academy, tag the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Asanteni sana. Do have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Mr. Philip, before you take your seats, you've heard him mention that he is a volunteer in this field and you are awarding volunteers. Situmpe kitu jamani. Mpigeni makofi nikimpea hii award kwa volunteer kumenta vijana. Wapi ule mtu apita? Piga huyo jamaa pita akishika hii award. As we proceed, we want to bring on board one young lady who is doing an amazing work in the film production industry. She is also an actress, and I believe most of you have interacted with her or come across stuffs. And that is none other than Charlene Wangari. Mpigeni makofi jamani. Pigeni mrembo makofi. As she takes the mic, we have to award Mr. Philip Pande, and I will request the presence of Sister Stephanie, Herman, and Bakita to please help us award Philip Pande. Charlene, you will hold on.
Step aside.
Okay. Sister Stephanie, Haman, and Bakita, if you are in the house, please help us award Mr. Philip Pande. Pigeni makofi ya kuchukua awadi yake. Makofi. Makofi mzuri, makofi mzuri. Asante sana. Asante Philip Pande. He said that you should either think like a politician or an entrepreneur. And for those of you we've interacted before, in 2022 I was thinking like a politician. And I ran for an NCA seat in Karen Ward. Na nilikuwa nakuja hapa. Sasa hizi ni kura zangu jamani. Hizi ni kura zangu, sio? Thank you so much. Charlene. Tell us something about celebrities. I'm also a celebrity. But how do I do it? Advise me on how to brand myself so that they can know me. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Alright, thank you very much. You can hear me, all of you? So sorry, I have a cold. I was trying to keep me in bed today, so I don't come here, but I beat it. So we are here. Because time was gone, I'm going to try to be very brief. Can anyone name 3 films made by Kenyans? 3 films, not TV, not ID High, not Mother-in-Law, 3 films.
Good afternoon. Is a series a film?
A film is 60 minutes to maybe 2 hours tops in one sitting. Yeah.
So disconnect when you plan.
That's okay, yeah? That's a film.
You and I?
Is that on Netflix or?
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Okay. If you've seen it, it's a film.
And Rescue Mission.
Yep, that's a film. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Let's not be shy. We all watch Netflix. I know.
Is that
Disconnect. I think that was listed. Nafsi. Yeah, Nafsi. I have one. Q. Yeah, I've seen Q. Yeah. Anything Labalu. That's a series. Nairobi Half-Life, the famous one. Yes. Thank you. So why I was asking that question is I wanted to see, like, because if say a Hollywood producer stood here and was like, name 10 Hollywood movies, people would be like, blah, 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 blah. You list like so many, right, at the same time. But when it comes to Kenyan movies, people struggle. Someone's like, you heard her say, Nairobi, so there's that little struggle of naming Kenyan films, right? What does that say? There's an opportunity in the film industry to employ, to create more. So, the opportunity is not only, forgive me, my voice. The opportunity is not just to create and employ. The moment you're creating, you are actually employing yourself also. So like, let me introduce myself. I am Shadin Wangare. I am a filmmaker and an actress. A small history about me. I went to Mary Hill Girls High School. We have Sister Nziwa over there, who was my principal for those 4 years, and I'm there supporting my craft. Thank you very much, Sister Nziwa. Actually, one thing that I don't think I've told many people, so wow, this is a big confession in front of too many people. Sister Nziwa cleared my high school bill when I was leaving, because I could not leave with the papers. And Yeah, I've not told too many people that story. So thank you very much. And here we are today. So after Mary Hill Girls, I did come here briefly, but my heart was not here. My heart was still being pulled towards the arts. At Mary Hill, I used to perform so much. I was in drama club. Even in Form 4, when I was not supposed to be in drama club, I was in drama club still. And Sister Zira tolerated that. Thank you for tolerating. So when I came here, I was here for like 2.5 years, and then I went back to my passion, which is filmmaking and acting. And I started out as an actress because that's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to do anything else. And then I learned very quickly that you cannot just be an actress in this country. You have to create also. You have to employ yourself and employ others if you really, really want to do this. I don't know if you've noticed, but most of the performers that you see over the years, they just disappear. Have you noticed here in the country? You don't see actors staying for too long in the limelight. They stay, then disappear. So to avoid that, you have to create employment for yourself. And actually that's the model that Hollywood is using. You'll find Brad Pitt is a producer, Angelina Jolie is a producer. They are all producers actually, producing themselves, one way or the other. So I love writing. I got into writing. And then I found that I'd written too many scripts. And I was submitting to different festivals and I was getting selected. One of them got selected at Cannes Film Festival in France, which is one of the biggest film festivals. And another got selected in Durban Filmat in South Africa. And I thought, oh wow, you can write. So I wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote. And then I realized I had too many scripts that have not been produced. Because when you call a producer, they already have their lineup of scripts. Yeah? So I was like, okay, so what do? I become a producer. So that's how I became a filmmaker. I started producing my own work. And in order to produce, again, you need to form a company. So all these things were like just accidentally following themselves, like things were just unfolding one after the other. So by default, I ended up becoming a production company. Yeah, employing other actors and myself. So that's basically about me. Back to the film industry in Kenya and the opportunity I was talking about. Is there anyone here who wants to be a filmmaker? Any chance? Okay, an actor, an actress, perhaps? Okay, no worries. Maybe I'll convert someone by the time I'm done here. There's opportunities in the film industry. So currently, the last count, the film industry has employed only 129,000 people. That's a very small number, you know. That means like the opportunity is massive. Because everyone here is watching something at home at some point. There's nobody who goes a week without watching something, right? That means people are creating content, Those are opportunities. So the number one opportunity that is in the film industry, of course, is being an actress or an actor. And currently, it doesn't really take too much for you to do that because we have TikTok, we have Instagram, and people are getting paid to perform on these platforms. So already, that's opportunity number one. It might not be the most sustainable opportunity, like a career, but I mean, it's an opportunity you step on, then you step on to the next one. The other opportunity that you will find in the film industry is, one second, you become a corporate filmmaker. I think that's one of the most lucrative, and a lot of my friends have gone in that direction. So basically, you create videos for companies because right now people are very visual. People don't want to be told, they want to see. So you create adverts, small videos for companies and stuff. And you run the social media, meaning you have to create content for the social media, which is, again, videos still. They're for their TikTok, whatnot. So I think that's one of the most lucrative places, and a lot of my friends are doing very, very well doing that kind of thing. It needs a team, of course. You need to be very consistent, and you have to have a lot of patience because you're dealing with clients, and people tend to go like, no, change that video, change that video. You can change your video 20 times, and you're smiling 3 times. So I think that one is something, if you want to join the filmmaking world, you might want to consider. And that kind of thing, you can actually still do it when you're here in school. You know, if you're attending, say, 5 classes, 6 classes, what are you doing with that time? You can actually talk to a few small companies and do it for them and get started. So the other opportunity, this one is a big one. Fixing, it's called fixing in my industry. I'm not sure how you would call it here. But fixing basically means when people come into the country, you get for them the papers that they need to shoot in the country. Because nobody can film in Kenya without the proper paperwork. So a company like mine does that kind of work. I get for you immigration papers, I get for you the licenses from the Kenya Film Classification Board, I get for you the city council permits if they're needed, but lately I've had them scrapped off. And if you need a crew, if you need locations, if you need whatnot, all that is called fixing. I'd say that's the most lucrative part of filmmaking in Kenya. And mostly the people who are doing these kind of things are people who are making documentaries, coming to the country to make documentaries. So it's a win-win in a very big way because people might say, oh, you're bringing talent from outside the country, but actually we are creating employment because people have to do the actual work here on the ground. You have to hire maybe the talent, you have to hire people to operate the equipment. So it's a really, I'd say it's one of the biggest money makers in the film industry at present. And then there is the fourth opportunity. This one is where a majority of the filmmakers in Kenya lie. It's called indie filmmaking, independent filmmaking. Independent filmmaking. Wow. So everybody who starts out in the film industry, this is where we start. Like this independent filmmaking because we're so passionate. We want to tell a story. We want to tell our stories. Like the way I have like 20 scripts, I want to shoot them all. That's independent filmmaking. It is very, very tricky because you need financing to make a film, right? You cannot just wake up and make a film. If you're not holding on to like say 2 million going upwards, you're not really going to make anything, much of anything, if it's a film. So, but now for independent filmmakers, how do you start out? Of course, you talk to your family. You ask them to help you out. Oh, I'm shooting this scene, I need 100,000. Oh, I'm shooting this scene, I need 200. Next thing you have 500,000. You shoot. Then maybe you don't sell your products. So of course you can go back to your family and tell them, give me another 500. They'll be like, what? After this business of yours is not generating money. So there's other options to get funding as an indie filmmaker. Like currently the government has one film fund, which is supposed to be every year, but I've seen this, they've skipped 1 year, so I'm not sure about that. So they give like 4 or 5 million thereabouts per filmmaker to make a film. But that's not reliable because only like 10 people will get that funding. What will the other filmmakers do? And then there's now international film funds. Those international film funds is where people apply for even bigger amounts to make their film projects. And then generally independent filmmaking is not very lucrative. It's more passion driven. You find a lot of people are moving away from that, they're going into the corporate kind, where you're doing adverts and the likes. Because independent filmmaking, unless you have a distributor who has guaranteed you, by distributor I'm talking about people like Universal, even Sony, even Netflix is a distributor, Showmax. If they guarantee you that they're going to buy your product, that makes your business very, very good. But if you don't have that kind of a guarantee, you can spend 5 million shillings shooting something and you sit on it for like a decade. And that's just one big loss. So, when you join filmmaking, I would definitely recommend, as much as you want to go into the passionate side, which is indie filmmaking, you make some beautiful movies, it will be good if your company has the corporate side running, yeah? You'll be doing videos for corporates and adverts and the likes. That will be the company afloat, for sure. But we have to tell our stories, of course. We have to tell our Shaka Zulu stories and the likes. So independent filmmaking is definitely the one for me. So, oh, okay. So I'm sure you're wondering where we learn the filmmaking bit, yeah, in Kenya. Do you guys offer film classes in CUEA? No. There are no film classes. That is so sad. That is so sad. Okay, I will request that we look into that. But I believe KU offer that. There's courses being offered in different places. But mainly, what I've learned so far, filmmaking, the main education that people are getting is through workshops and courses. Like there's so many workshops, but now you cannot take all of them. You have to take only the high quality ones. Some are local in the country, some you get invited outside the country. So workshops are key. And the good thing about workshops, they get someone who has experience of like 20, 30 films already, and they pour that information into your head. Like the last workshop I attended, my mentor, my production mentor is the head of Netflix Africa Originals. It's called Tendeka Matatu. Tendeka has like 20 films he's already done, and he compresses all that information, and in 1 month, it's in my head. Things we learned for like decades, you know. So workshops is the main place where we learn actually filmmaking. We do want the universities to offer filmmaking classes. That's very, very crucial. But now, if it's not available, you go and find it. YouTube University. People don't play sometimes YouTube, but honestly, there's so much information you can learn on YouTube. It's crazy. But you need to invest the time. You still invest the time as if you're in class. So I've learned a lot from YouTube. And of course, there's some things that you cannot learn until you do. Like when you look at a film, 1 hour, 30 minutes, it looks so easy, right? You look at Avatar and you're like, oh, you just did that, little things, so cute. But when you go to look at the making of Avatar, you're like, what? It took like 3 years to do this, really? You know, so shadowing someone who's doing that is actually one very good way to learn filmmaking. When you shadow, of course now you go shoot yourself. Now I don't mean shoot yourself, I mean like shoot a movie. You go shoot a movie. Because before I became a producer, I had a few complaints on set when I went as an actress. I would go as an actress and go like, why are they so late? Why is the food like this? Why is the transport like this? After I became a producer, I became very humble. Because I saw what it takes. My first production made me cry on set. Thoroughly, I just cried. I was like, I can't do this. And I went and cried at the corner. And people were staring at me, the people who know this thing. And they're like, yeah, that happens to everyone, don't worry. So learning on the job, so crucial. Shadowing someone, so crucial. And what else in regards to learning? Oh yeah, and then filmmaking is a bit of a peculiar career, in my opinion. You cannot learn and stop. Maybe there's a career that you can learn and what you know is okay. But filmmaking, if you don't keep taking the courses, taking the workshops, like every 6 months I think I'm in a workshop, every 6 months I'm in a workshop. If you don't keep doing that, it's a guarantee you will not succeed. Because, like cameras, for example, today there's a black magic. 6 months from now, that black magic has been upgraded to another one. So you go on set, you've not learned that, you waste people's time trying to learn it. Of course, you will not be hired again. So there's too much upgrading being done in filmmaking, so you have to keep taking courses. You have to just keep applying, keep taking, keep applying, keep taking. Luckily, they are available so long as you're willing to put in the time. And then, oh yeah, so what I've learned as a filmmaker, what I've learned, filmmaking involves breaking a few rules. But for you to break the rules, of course, you have to understand the game. Why I say filmmaking involves breaking a few rules is because it's a creation process, you know? If you're creating, that means it's something new. Yes, there's people before you who come and done it, but every day you're just pushing. So something has to break as you're going forward, yeah? But first, you learn what people have known in the past, then now you break and make your own. And another thing I've learned about filmmaking is, you have to be very daring. Filmmaking does not take cowards. So if you don't have it in you, if you don't have resilience, if you don't have patience, if you don't have massive faith in what you're doing, you should not even bother joining filmmaking. It's not an easy affair. It needs a very daring soul, a very courageous person, and also at the same time you need to be humble, because it does humble you all the time. And there's some advantages to filmmaking for those guys who still do not want to do it. There's a lot of traveling that you get, and you meet so many people, you meet so many cultures, and you know filmmakers are like I've said, there's a particular way they think, because they're trying to push things forward. So you meet people who are so different from you. It's wow, you know. So if you're a filmmaker, chances are you will travel a lot. Film festivals, that is, some are fully paid for, some you pay for yourselves. If you're representing your country will pay for you. So yeah, there's that advantage to that. And also, being a filmmaker, you're creating something new, you know? It's like having a baby. You're giving birth to new products daily, you know? Okay, not daily, I mean like every film you're making, that's a product you're creating and serving to the world, and there's a joy to it that's not replaceable. So yeah, you would enjoy that as a filmmaker. And finally, in regards to filmmaking is not a part-time job. Because for the longest time, I remember I was being asked, so you act and you shoot, so what else do you do? I'm like, eventually I had to commit to filmmaking, yeah? Because like my company takes up all the time. Like right now, I'm leaving here to go set some things that have a deadline and work on content. So filmmaking is not a part-time gig. Please, do not go out there and ask a filmmaker, what else are we doing on the side? Okay, chances are they're doing business on the side. But if you want to do filmmaking, you must commit. And I'm going to leave you with a quote. It's one of my favorite quotes from Jim Carrey, because I think there's a lot of, when you're in the middle of doing what you're doing, you want to walk away. Despite you loving what you're doing, you want to walk away and compromise and do something that is maybe lesser. You feel like, I'm definitely going to succeed in doing this, because what I'm doing right now is so hard. So Jim Carrey once said, you can fail at what you do. You can fail at what you don't want. Sorry. Okay, let me start again. You can fail at what you don't want, so you might as well take a chance of doing what you love. Alright? Thank you very much.
Pigeni makofi. Shami, if you may, bado itakuwa hapa. Pigeni makofi tena. And on that note, I would like to invite Sister Dr. Nziwa and Sister Zipora to come and help us award the actress in the house. I want to be an actor. What should I do? I want to be an actor. Yes. Nione gani? After hii. Sasa wale watu wote wanataka kuwa actors na actress baada ya hii pale nje. Haya.
Let's clap for Sister Nziwa. Your man should hear that too. Wow. She's doing a good job here. Let's say something.
Shani, I am proud of you. I saw this girl acting when she was in Form 1, and I knew she would go places. And many times I've watched you on Tahiti High, and I knew you were going places. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you want to congratulate me because my girls speak very good English.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Charlene. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Dr. Nziwa. Thank you so much, Sister Zipporah. We are proceeding very well. This juncture, I would like to invite on board His Excellency, the President, Mr. Henry Achukuliapo. But before I step out, I want to just say one thing. I like finishing this because it empowers and gives young men more energy. My brother, just come. Just a simple demonstration. This one, number one, are you the first one in your family? You're the last one. Oh, now you're the last one. That's why you need to remember one. What I'm saying is this. This is the story of a first one. It takes a lot of energy for most first ones to be successful. You know why? Not because they are first ones, but first ones tend to take much of their time and attention trying to uplift the people behind. True, right? Most in the African setting. You will find that I am a first one, he is the last one. Philip Pandey is a senior government official. Yeah? So I try my ways, I push my barriers, I push and make efforts to create a friendship and a bond with Mr. Pandey. It might take me even 5 years or even 10 years for Pandey to trust me. True, right? But the day this young man will come to visit me in the town or in the city, and then I walk with him, and I take him to Mr. Pandey, tell Pandey, Kiongozi, this is my brother, he's our last one, and he has done, what was that?
Community development.
He has done community development. And because Pandey is a senator, actually Pandey is the incoming senator Kisumu County, Muzoeyo, and because Pandey is a senator at that time, just because this guy is my brother, there's nothing else, just because he is my brother. And Mr. Pandey trusts me, the friendship we've had for the last 10 years. Do you know he can bless this young man? Is it true he can bless this young man? Is it true he can bless this young man? Yes. And this young man is likely to rise to rise higher than me, still. But this guy is getting blessed courtesy of the friendship that I built. Understand? That's not the agony of being a first born. It took me 10 years to build that friendship. But that friendship is benefiting my younger brother more than myself, just by I saying, this is my brother. So I want to tell first ones, stay strong. Stay strong, Stay strong. And if you look in the political world, those who are successful are never first born in their families. They are last born, maybe bonapa katikati. But I pray to you that in your next life, you'll be hapo katikati. Nobody cares about you. Whether you succeed or you fail, people are just looking at you. People care more about first and last. Asanteni sana. I was your MC, Ken Baba, and I believe we will keep interacting. Thank you so much. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Ken Babu, for the good job that you've done. So far so good. I think let's appreciate Sister Rose for bringing this industry to our students. That has been a nice session. Bringing the industry to our students and actually helping us have a word on how we can transit from the academia to the industry. So at this moment, because I want us to wrap it up, I'll call the following people. We have some of our students who are very innovative. We have inventors with us. I want to call them to just start here so that they say a word in 1 minute each. We have Mr. Marcellus Kalovia. He's our student here, and he has produced a system that is being used by all the universities in Kenya to do student elections. Our student. Mr. Dominic, please, in a minute. And then that will be followed by the guy who is awarding the volunteers. IBM CEO, John Baptist Matoko. John Baptist, please, I will also volunteer to give a vote of thanks. Remember me. Then after John Baptist, we have the last one, Victoria Elema, who is advocating for Move Northern Kenya. Those are students. Staff who is the IBM chair. Please, a minute.
Yes, can you hear?
Yes.
So, a small correction. My name is. Oh, this is better. So, my name is Marcellus Charlo. I'm not a student. I already graduated a few years ago in 2020. And currently, I'm co-founder and CTO of a tech startup in Kenya. Operations are in Nairobi. So, are there any computer science students in the I see a few. Yeah. So, briefly, very quickly, I'd like to just mention that we are all looking for jobs, but there's a lot of opportunity in terms of starting your own business and company. There's a lot of funding out there that people are just waiting to invest a little bit of capital in your idea. And I think last year there were about 70,000 companies created in the country. So I'm assuming each company employs about 35 people. We've already covered close to 500,000 employees, or people who didn't have jobs. And in a room like this, I'd like to ask, the idea is never too small, the idea is never too big, it's just a matter of starting. And you can always work with your friends. You could have the idea, but your friend has the money. You come together and you start up the business. And eventually, you're worth a lot more. Anyways, my parting shot before I pass my time is just start a business. If you're going to live with anything here, just go home, think about your own small idea, like a small kiosk, and just start the business. Success will find you as you're moving along. Thank you.
Now for Mr. Chano. Okay, then we have a student here, a second year student, Riptuya. Just a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Elema. I'm the CEO and founder of Northern Kenya organization. We are based in Marsabit County. Northern Kenya is a group of youths that came together to empower people from Marsabit County. We use the 7 SDGs from CUEA, but right now we're focusing on zero hunger, climate action, and peace and justice. We are also using community-based strategies to empower the communities from Marsabit. We've held various food drives, and we've also done greening programs, advocacy on climate change, educating the people on the importance of education. We've held a number of activities in May. And first of all, I would like to thank CUEA fraternity for giving me this opportunity to be here and presenting and talking about Northern Kenya. Okay, many people here are looking for what to do after school, what not to do, but it's upon you to take the initiative, start what you feel you're comfortable in doing, and if you have the right people, things shall work well. And finally, we'll have a main function in May, and we are looking for funds. We are planning to install cemented tanks in school. There are so many girls and boys who have dropped out of school because of the situation in schools, and there is no food in school. So right now, that's our major program that we are planning to have. And we're also planning to install water traps for the animals to prevent people from cutting down trees in response to making the water traps. Maybe if you want more information, you can talk to me, and I'll also leave my number with my number. Okay, it's 0792 76 0792 76 3045. I'm Victoria Elema. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Good. Then now, let's put our hands together for IBM chair, Mr. John Baptist. This one, I'm sure he's going to ask for a volunteer and actually do the thing. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, let me correct, I'm not the chair of IBM. My name is John Matogo. I lead our corporate social responsibility for IBM for Middle East and Africa. And one of the programs that we run under the corporate social responsibility is the skills program. And in the skills program, our university engagement is one of the activities that we have been involved in. I'm not sure if a number of you are familiar with IBM. Anyone who knows about IBM? And I'm looking at students in CUEA because you are actually our hosts, right? Yes. You host the IBM Research Lab here in Kenya. And this year we're celebrating 10 years of being at CUEA. So I'll be very disappointed if you do not know who IBM is and we are here on campus. So anyone who knows about IBM? As a company, this year we will be celebrating 112 years of the company's existence. So again, I ask the question, is there anyone who knows about IBM? Okay, so this is something that we need to fix, okay?
Okay, I think, I don't know much, but I know something. It deals with research. It's a research company. We have, okay, what do I know now? But I know something. It's based in almost all the countries in Africa. It deals with the African research, and we host them near the infirmary, here in CUEA. So it's basically about research, yes.
Okay, good attempt.
Not for me.
Indeed, not for him. So I mentioned the company is 112 years of existence. I'm sure all of you have used a computer, right? Yeah. So IBM as a company, in this 100-year history, we have been involved in a lot of the technological innovations. So the first computer systems, for those maybe who are taking the IT courses, in your 101 class, you might learn about first computer systems, right? Called Mark I. You know, you're told about this huge computer. So that was an innovation by IBM with other partners in the US at the time. That was back in the 1940s. And if you look through the history of computing, IBM as a company has been at the forefront. So we've been innovating. The research lab that you have on campus here is like one of the departments within the organization. So what we are involved in is innovating and thinking about the future of technology. You know, what will technology be in the next 10 years? Right now, it's a big thing in technology. What's a big thing in technology for all of you who are... anyone wants to shout out from where you are? Yes. Artificial intelligence, right? So this is one of the big focus areas for IBM as a company right now. And what we are saying is how can we use technology to help us do our work, to do things much more efficiently, right? So as a company, this is, maybe the people who are in the audience who are older would remember that we used to have IBM branded computers, right? We sold that business to Lenovo several years back. So you might see some of your friends, and some of you might have some laptops that are branded Lenovo, right? Lenovo ThinkPad or something like this. So that used to be IBM business, but we sold it to Lenovo. Right now, the company is, as IBM, we are focused on cloud computing, right? So we give you computing capacity or resource that is available remotely, so you don't need to bother about where the technology is running. What you focus on is what you'd like to achieve, what you'd like to do. Most of you are using apps on your phones that are running from some remote location, right? Do you care? Does it bother you where the system is running from? No. You want to get your service running on your mobile phone efficiently and let somebody else deal with the hassle of keeping that system working and functioning. So we as a business have a huge cloud business, and we provide other companies this resource to do that. So as a company, maybe I will not fault you completely not knowing about IBM, because we are primarily a business-to-business company, meaning that we provide services to other organizations to keep them meeting or fulfilling their business. So if you think about the banking sector, a lot of the banks are using technology to keep their systems running. IBM has got some technology that keep those solutions functioning. You possibly have a mobile phone with you. For that mobile service to work, we as a company support those telcos in keeping that system running and all the services that they give to you. So we are a business-to-business company, but mostly working at the back. What we usually say is, as long as you are a human on the planet using a technology service, 60% of the time, 70%, you would have hit an IBM system working at the back. Right? So we are, as I mentioned, an old technology company. I've been in the business for a long time. Our focus now is what we call hybrid cloud. We provide these services to companies who will put some of it in the cloud, some of it is running on local. Artificial intelligence is, again, another of our focus areas. But again, we support a lot of companies. Think of any insurance company, airline, banking organization, healthcare, you name it. We have some technology that is working for this organization in about 172 countries globally. So that's a little bit about IBM. And for those of you who are in CUEA, please make a point of knowing what IBM is doing. Just as simple as going to online ibm.com and you'll know who IBM is. Because this is an event about skilling, let me just mention a few points. So, to give you something to go away with, I would urge you to check out the website that we have, skillsbuild.org. So skillsbuild, skillsbuild.org. So skillsbuild.org. So this is an open learning platform that we make available to learners globally, free of charge. You can go in there, register yourself, and then learn a lot of different topics. So we've got content that is on technical areas because we're a technology company, where you look at artificial intelligence, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and so on. But we also have, and I think this might be relevant for those who are not in the technology space, we've got a lot of content on workforce readiness skills. Right? So when you graduate from your academic program and you're looking to join the workplace, what are the skills that employers are looking at you having when you join? Right? And remember, the workplace has changed dramatically in the last few years. If you are going to go in there and expect to be given work to do and not giving value in the organization that you're coming into, then you might not be there for too long. This is just some realities to share with you. So getting there on the platform, I had previous speakers talk about knowing the different areas of the skill that you need. So one of the things that we do when you get on the platform, when you create a profile, it's very simple to create a profile. You can do a quick career assessment test. Yeah? So the platform will give you a quick questionnaire. You can carry out do a few questions, and it will give you a career assessment profile. So what about your personality, about your skill, about your previous experience would be a good path for you to take. Okay? It's just a recommendation. Okay? Nothing that it means that it's a hard and fast rule. The other thing is that you can take learning on different career paths. I think you had previous speakers that came in when the professor of environmental was talking about different career paths, and it's never a straight line, right? My career journey I did when I graduated from high school. When I joined university, I did chemistry and zoology, but my heart was still in technology, and I've gone through all that. Here I am in a technology company, and I've got colleagues as well who have been in different careers, and they are still working and providing value in a company like IBM. So getting there, pick and choose, learning on different topics. Like I mentioned, you've got the technical skills, and I'll just give a few minutes. You also have the workforce readiness skills, collaboration, presentation skills. And then now we've got new content there. You know, before we used to have content like developing your CVs, but doing the CVs, I wouldn't find you can do it, but I would encourage you to go online. So develop a good LinkedIn profile, right? Because that is where the recruiters will be looking for. You know, we're talking about artificial intelligence, right? Right now, if you put any job advertisements, there'll be, you know, thousands of people who will apply for those jobs. Do you think there's an individual who's looking through all those CVs? No. There will be an algorithm, there will be a computer system that will filter through and get the shortlist, right? So how do you develop a good profile that will then be able to match what it is that the recruiter is looking for? So these are things you need to think about and carry out. So again, there's a short course there that you can look at how to prepare your LinkedIn profile. Something also very useful, I think one of the previous speakers talked about social media as being a good tool for promoting and marketing yourself, but also remember you need to have a good digital footprint, right? How many times have you seen online or even articles where people have missed their opportunities because they have a blotch on their social profile, on their social media profile, right? We're all very quick to take a nice photo or take a photo, post it online. You know, maybe at that time it may have been something that was fancy or could have made you famous, but then later on, when people look back and wonder, why did you post this? When, you know, this will not fit very well with our company values or our organizational values with what you were posting, right? Now, how do you fix those kind of things? So, developing a good social media profile is something that I would encourage again as you go online, because nowadays everybody's on social media, everybody's posting or reading something, or liking, or tweeting, or retweeting, you know, all those kind of things. But remember, the systems are also keeping track of this. And you know, it takes a long time for the internet to forget some of these things. Okay? I think there was a recent, just to give an example, there was a recent article. A Kenyan who had got a good opportunity with a very big media house in the US was denied that because they had posted something 10 years ago on the internet. And then this did not, you know, go down very well with those people who are looking at giving that person that promotion. This is once in a lifetime type of opportunities that come up, that people come across. So, you know, think about that. So go online, go to skillsbuild.org, find those kind of modules. So I'll tell you, go to the adult learner section and then take that course about, you know, developing a social media brand, which I think some of the speakers talked about here. Entrepreneurship. So some of you are taking courses in entrepreneurship or any other course. So go in there, find a module that will complement what it is that you're doing online. The previous speaker talked about, you know, I think many of us spend time watching a movie every other time on the internet, right? I would also urge you, take an hour per week to learn something that will be useful for you on the internet. Not something so much in line with what you're studying, for example. Do something different. And you've seen this multidisciplinarity, something that is very useful. And I think the colleague from, I think the Senate, right, was talking about opportunities that are available online. So go in there, make it your own personal mission to learn something online every week. Within our company, it's a requirement that we need to fulfill a certain number of hours every year to maintain, because that's part of our performance requirements, right? And so just to conclude and just to make sure that I stick to what I was asked, so think about the future of work I mean, I don't think any of us can prophesy, what's going to happen. I mean, things change very rapidly. But one thing is for certain is agility is something that is going to be required. The career path, whichever you take, keep on changing, right? So maybe things that you are familiar with, you need to continuously learn. So continuous learning is something else that I would say would be a good skill for you to have. And again, this is where I come back to the point of make it part of your habits to learn something new. That's the same way you enjoy watching a movie. Make sure you learn something. Finish a course every now and then online. And by saying do it online means that you're taking it by your own initiative, maintaining your own self-discipline to keep on learning, because this is something that is not easy, right? To keep yourself focused, to keep on learning something new, is something that I think would help you, not just what you're doing right now, but I think throughout your life. And then also just do the basics. I think some of the people talk about here, be good, be kind. Some of those things that you are learning as children, to use those. Sometimes it sounds funny, but remember all those magic words that you are learning. These are also very important in life as you go forward. Be people of integrity, because that's something that will define you in whatever career you take. And I think also take time to earn your stripes. I was listening to the volunteers who were called earlier to, what would you like to be? Okay? Which is great. I mean, ambition is good. But also be comfortable going through the process, right? So if you were to start off as whichever opportunity you get, and then you keep on growing, right? It's also, you learn a lot in the process, and also build a lot of values in you. Sometimes going straight to the top, fine, if you're lucky, go there, but then, that gap will have to be filled somehow, which sometimes could also be a challenge or even prevent you from growing. So, trust in the process and go through that. The final thing, and I think this is, I would really echo what the previous speaker mentioned. I think building a spirit of service is something that is crucially important, which I see many of us lack, right? And this is why I always really celebrate and encourage those who are volunteers, because most of us would like to receive, right? But who is there giving? And many times, if you do not appreciate this spirit of service, even when you do get that opportunity, when you get that employment, many times people then mess it up because they're not used to giving. A few years ago, in the country, we used to have this. The way it was before. We have NYS now, which is good, but the way it has been conceived before is help build the spirit of service, where you're doing not because you want to receive anything back, but you're doing because it's something that's good that needs to be done, right? So look for opportunities to volunteer, and especially as students, because right now, let's say some responsibilities have been put away from you. So spend that time. Find opportunity when you're free, when you're on holiday, where you can volunteer at your local church. Go back to your old school. Volunteer your time. Being in university, you guys are a very special group. You are possibly the best of the country. Okay? You went through the process of KCSE, and all that. And you are the few thousands that made it to university. And that's a very select group, and meaning that you are a very privileged lot in society. So remember that, and then use that opportunity to then give back to the society. One thing I wanted to propose to your career office is that when you go back to your, back on your holiday, rather, why don't you consider taking up one of the schools in your local area, and then give time to train those students on whatever it is. Just even basic computer skills. As IBM, we have a program we train high school students, but obviously it's impossible for us to go all over the place, right? It's actually impossible. So what I was sharing with one of your administrators was that, what if we think of a program where when you go on holiday, You volunteer, I don't know, maybe it could be 1 hour per week, okay? And you go to the school and you just show the children there how to use a computer system. Which I think is something that anybody should be able to do, but just spend a little time with them. It will be valuable for you because one thing I'll tell you is training young learners is way more difficult than training adult learners. So you need to prepare very well because the young learners also learn very fast, so you need to prepare. And that preparation builds a lot of skills in you as an individual, right? You need to work with the other teachers, you need to work with the school administration, maybe with the district officers. I mean, so all that collaboration builds a lot of skills in you. And that's in volunteers, right? Then, obviously, the students will be happy because they will learn about technology and so on. So it's a win-win situation there. And it's volunteer, you're giving back. And by the way, it's very fulfilling when you do this kind of volunteer activity. So just to echo what previous speakers talked about, look for those opportunities to volunteer. Internships are there and so on, yes, but the spirit of service, and I'll tell you in closing, when I'm doing recruitment, and I've seen this from a number of people that have been involved in the interview, some of them get surprised, okay, you don't look at the, people come for the interviews with all their certificates, right? That's fine, but I will tell you, if you don't have the spirit of service, forget about it. This is something that is very critical. Yes, you can learn all the technical skills, you can learn, but when you have that service, spirit of service, that is why when you see somebody is looking to go above and beyond their call of duty. Okay, and this is something I would say when I do this career fair type of talks. This is something that I would say develop, because that's a quality that will be with you for the rest of your life. So thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Service to humanity is service to God. So I have an award for you, sir. I welcome Father Anthony and one student to volunteer. Yes, Father Anthony come and award Mr. John Baptist. Good. Mr. John Wita has decided to volunteer. Okay. That was insightful and inspirational. Yes, clap for them. Then I also have an award for Mr. Marcellus Chalo, Sister Stephanie Watamba. Kindly do that award. And then the other volunteer. Valentine, I saw you volunteering. Just come and, volunteer for a photo at least. Control room, I'm told there's a video you should play. A 1-minute video. Please do it. Control room. We are out of time, that's why I want that video to play in a minute. It's from ISA. Just say something. One of our partners.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Moni. I'm representing the International School of Advertising. So ISA Africa is a training institution that offers marketing and advertising programs. We have major industry partners. Mainly we have Telema, we have Ipsos, we have Real Analytics. We're also connected to the MSK Marketing School of Kenya and so many other more industry partners. But what I'm here to talk to you about today is our apprenticeship program. So we have something called our IBC program, which is the Integrated Brand Communications Program. In this program, you get to learn 5 major aspects of marketing, which is digital marketing, brand management, strategic advertising, marketing, integrated media management, and account management. And yeah, that's basically what IBC is about. And it's a great program for you as fresh graduates or as fourth years, whereby you can join and you will go through online classes weekly, thrice a week, from 6 to 8 p.m. You'll be trained by expert trainers. You'll get a great industry experience. So it's a 6 months course. So 3 months into that you'll be learning, and then the other 3 months as you learn, you will be absorbed to work in an organization where you have a paid internship. And what follows that internship is usually guaranteed 99% of the time you'll be retained. So you don't have to worry too much about tarmacking after uni, we'll just sort you out. So you join the IBC course, you learn, you get your certificate, and you get a job. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be giving our brochures with the university, and you can just contact us and learn more things about the brochures. You're very welcome to contact us, and thank you so much for your time.
Good. Thank you for that, Madam Moni. I think I like that name. She's called Moni. So that's an opportunity. Guys, take advantage of it. So what else? Both of dance? No, I've seen dancers here. You want to entertain us? Please do, in 30 seconds. Let's give them an opportunity also. Since we are our students, let's give them an opportunity. And then we give a careers office for identifying the talents that our students have. So in that seconds, allow me thank God for this opportunity to have a very successful career day. Allow me also to thank you for your patience, and I'm sure you have learned a lot of things. So allow me to thank the Office of Careers in collaboration with the Corporate Careers Academy and the administration for bringing the industry to our students, and also thank the administration for giving us this venue and allowing us to do this to our students. So I wish to thank each and everyone, all our partners, everyone who has done one or two to make this very successful. And then allow me to finish with 3 announcements. On Thursday, we will be launching the Nigeria Digital Program Club here in CUEA. On Thursday, in this auditorium, the event will be graced by our VC, the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Mr. Eliud Owalo, and very many guests will be here. Secondly, the Peer Counseling Club officials are telling me to inform you that they will be visiting Ghana on the 23rd. So register with the Peer Counseling. Kindly stand up, Mr. John, the Peer Counseling Organizing Secretary. See, if you want to go to Gaba campus, talk to him. And then finally, from 13th to 17th, we will have the Cultural Week. It will be a big event for our students, and we are requesting different communities to register for different cultural dances. We will also have different international cuisines, also register, and it will be a big one. So ensure you are not left out. On Monday, we will be having official wear. On Tuesday, we will be having color blocks. On Wednesday, we will be having sportswear. On Thursday, we will be having TVD vintage. And on Friday, we will be wearing the cultural wear. Thank you. God bless you. So, allow me now to welcome Sister Stephanie to make the closing prayers. And then, Audrey, please coordinate so that everyone gets something, and then allow me also to leave. I've been called, I've received an urgent call from the VC. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, God.
Okay, let us stand and pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We thank you, Lord, for the beautiful day we have had. Thank you for all the speakers that you are able to speak to us. And thank you also for all the organizers of the day. We ask you to bless all of us, and especially we, the students who have persevered until now. May all that we have heard from our speakers build us now and in the future. We also bless the snacks that we are about to receive, and to give us strength. For this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Yes, at the door, ensure you get something. Sister John, please coordinate.